Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog settled over Baker Street like a whispered secret, thick and grey, and oddly comforting in the way only London fog could manage. It pressed against the windows of 221B with the gentle insistence of an old friend who'd decided to stay for tea without asking. Inside, the fire crackled with that particular rhythm that fires have when they're content with their own warmth, casting dancing shadows across walls lined with books that smelled of leather and pipe smoke, and the peculiar mustiness of knowledge kept too long in one place. Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair, long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, grey eyes fixed on something only he could see, some invisible thread of logic that wound through the autumn evening like the smoke from his forgotten pipe. The room held that specific quality of late October stillness, when the year begins its slow descent toward winter, and even the dust motes seemed to drift more thoughtfully through the gaslight. Dr. John Watson sat opposite, his medical journal open on his lap, though his eyes had long since stopped reading the words. There was something hypnotic about these quiet evenings, when the city outside became a distant murmur, and the world contracted to just this room, this fire, this companionable silence that required nothing and offered everything. The knock, when it came, seemed almost an intrusion. Sharp, urgent, entirely out of tune with the evening's gentle rhythm. Holmes's eyes flickered. "Inspector Lestrade," he said, not moving. "In quite a hurry, unless I miss my guess. He's taken the stairs 2 at a time, which suggests genuine alarm rather than mere professional concern." Watson had learned long ago not to question these pronouncements. The knock came again, more insistent, and Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from below, slightly scandalised by the urgency. Then footsteps, quick and heavy, and Lestrade appeared in the doorway, his face flushed from cold and exertion, his breath coming in short bursts that sent small clouds into the cooler air of the landing. "Mr. Holmes," he said, and his voice carried that particular strain of a man who'd seen something that didn't fit comfortably into his understanding of how the world should work. "I apologise for the hour, but we've had a death. A curious one. And the yard, well, we're rather at a loss." Holmes unfolded himself from the chair with a fluidity that suggested he'd merely been waiting for exactly this interruption. "A death that puzzles Scotland Yard enough to bring you through fog and October darkness to my door. How delightful. Do tell me it's at least interesting, Lestrade. The evening has been terribly well behaved thus far." Watson closed his journal and reached for his coat. There was a familiar comfort in this too. The sudden shift from stillness to motion, from contemplation to action. The city might be settling down for the night, but their night, it seemed, was just beginning. The cab ride through London's evening streets had a dreamlike quality, the fog transforming familiar landmarks into suggestions of themselves. Gas lamps glowed like distant moons, their light barely penetrating the grey curtain that had draped itself over the city. The horses' hooves struck cobblestones with a rhythmic patience, as if they too understood that some journeys required a gentle pace. Lestrade spoke in fits and starts, his words emerging between the sounds of iron-rimmed wheels on stone. Professor Aldous Grimsby, classical scholar, Cambridge-educated, specialised in Roman history. Found dead in his study this evening by his housekeeper. No signs of violence, no signs of struggle. The doctor says heart failure, natural enough for a man of 68. But there's something about the body, Mr. Holmes. Something the doctor noticed but couldn't quite explain. "You intrigue me, Inspector. What peculiarity could a corpse present that would send a police surgeon running to Scotland Yard with questions?" "Markings," Lestrade said, and his voice dropped slightly as if the word itself required quieter handling. "On the skin, faint lines, almost invisible in normal light. The doctor only noticed because he was examining the body near a lamp, and the light caught them at an angle. They look almost like someone drew on him. But it's not ink. At least not ink you can see properly." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his entire bearing shifting from languid interest to focused attention. Invisible ink! How wonderfully theatrical! And these markings, do they form any recognisable pattern? That's just it, sir. They look like they might be a map, or fragments of one, lines, crosses, what might be Latin words. The art photographer tried to capture them, but they barely show up on the plates. The cab turned onto a quieter street in Bloomsbury, where Georgian townhouses stood in dignified rows, their windows mostly dark at this hour. Scholars and writers lived here, people who kept late hours with books rather than society. The fog seemed thinner here, as if even it respected the neighbourhood's intellectual pretensions. Professor Grimsby's house was a narrow, brick-fronted affair that managed to look both respectable and slightly neglected. A constable stood by the door, stamping his feet against the cold. Inside, the house had that peculiar silence of a place where death has recently visited, as if the air itself had paused, uncertain whether to continue its normal business. The study was on the first floor, a room lined floor to ceiling with books that exhaled the scent of old paper and older leather. A desk sat beneath a window that looked out onto the fog-shrouded street, its surface covered with manuscripts and papers arranged in a chaos that somehow suggested a method. An oil lamp still burned on a side table, casting warm light over a room that seemed designed for exactly this, for late nights spent in communion with the ancient world. The professor lay on a settee near the fireplace, covered with a sheet that someone, likely the housekeeper, had placed with careful respect. He'd been a tall man, Watson noted with his doctor's eye, thin in the way of people who forget to eat when their minds are occupied elsewhere. His face, visible above the sheet, wore an expression of what might have been a surprise, or perhaps realization. Death often caught people mid-thought, freezing their last moment's understanding on features that would ask no more questions. The housekeeper found him at 6 o'clock, Lestrade said quietly. He'd been working all day, she said. Didn't want lunch, barely touched his tea. She brought dinner up and found him like this. Dr. Hayward examined him and certified natural causes, but then he noticed. Holmes had already moved to the body, his movements economical and precise. He gestured for Watson to bring the lamp closer, then carefully drew back the sheet. Professor Grimsby had been dressed in his shirt sleeves, his collar loosened, the informal attire of a man working alone, unburdened by social expectations, and there, on the pale skin of his forearm, Watson could just make out what Lestrade had described. Faint lines, barely visible, like pencil marks that had been mostly erased. But as Holmes adjusted the lamp's position, tilting it at various angles, the lines seemed to glow slightly, a pale luminescence that suggested chemicals rather than pigments. "Phosphorescent ink," Holmes murmured, his voice carrying that particular satisfaction of a puzzle beginning to reveal its nature. Or rather, a compound that becomes visible under specific lighting conditions. The professor has tattooed himself, or had himself tattooed, with invisible markings. How deliciously paranoid. Watson leaned closer, squinting at the patterns. They did indeed resemble a map, though fragmentary and incomplete. Lines that might represent roads or boundaries, small crosses that could mark locations, and yes, words in Latin, though too faint to read clearly without more light or different lighting altogether. Why would a scholar tattoo himself with an invisible map? Lestrade wondered aloud, his tone suggesting he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Because, Inspector, he possessed knowledge that someone else wanted, Holmes said, moving the lamp systematically along the professor's exposed arms, and he chose the one hiding place that couldn't easily be stolen, his own skin. Look here, Watson. The markings extend beyond the forearms. Lestrade, with your permission, I'll need to examine the entire body. What they discovered over the next 20 minutes was remarkable. The professor had covered significant portions of his torso and upper arms with these invisible inscriptions. When viewed under the lamp's angled light, they formed not a single map but fragments of several, pieces of a larger puzzle deliberately scattered across his own flesh. Holmes photographed the markings with his own camera, taking careful notes of their positions. The Latin phrases appear to be placed in names and historical references. This one mentions the Sepulchrum Conditorum, the sepulchre of founders, and here a reference to what looks like early Roman dating, before the conventional calendar system. Roman history? Watson asked. What could be so valuable about ancient Roman history that a man would go to such lengths to hide it? Ah, Watson, you underestimate the passion of scholars and the politics of the past. History isn't just what happened, it's who gets to say what happened. The victor's tale, as they say, but even victors disagree among themselves. Holmes straightened, his eyes alight with the particular gleam that meant his mind was already racing ahead. Professor Grimsby specialised in early Roman history, you said, Lestrade? According to his colleagues at the British Museum, yes. Something about the founding of Rome, the early kings. Apparently quite controversial in his field, though I couldn't tell you why ancient history needs controversy. Holmes smiled, thin and knowing. Everything needs controversy, Inspector. It's how we know we're still thinking. Now let's examine this study. A man who tattoos invisible maps on his own skin isn't likely to leave his other secrets unguarded. The desk proved a treasure trove of scholarly obsession. Manuscripts in Latin and Italian covered every surface. Correspondence with scholars across Europe, Rome, Paris, Berlin, Athens. References to archaeological sites, obscure references in classical texts, theories about historical manipulation, and suppressed evidence. One letter, dated just 3 days prior, caught Watson's attention. It was from a Dr. Vincenzo Marcelli in Rome, written in careful English with an Italian's charming disregard for articles. Your theory grows more substantial with each discovery. The evidence you seek lies where you suspect, but I warn you, others also search. The Lapis Society has made inquiries. The Society of Jesus asks questions in their gentle way that feels not gentle at all. Be careful, my friend. Some truths are buried for reasons that remain valid. The Lapis Society, Holmes murmured, reading over Watson's shoulder. Latin for stone, and the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits. It seems our professor had attracted attention from parties interested in controlling historical narratives. You think he was murdered? Lestrade asked. The doctor said natural causes. Oh, he likely died naturally enough, Inspector. Fear and stress are excellent catalysts for heart failure, particularly in a man of advancing years with an academic's sedentary habits. But dying naturally doesn't mean dying peacefully or without cause. Holmes turned slowly, taking in the room's entirety. Someone knew what he was hiding. Whether they'd already copied his secrets or were still searching, the professor knew his time was limited. Hence the tattoos, a desperate man's insurance policy. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October evening. Insurance against what? Against his knowledge dying with him, I should think. Or perhaps against the wrong people being the only ones to possess it. Holmes moved to the window, looking out at the fog-wrapped street. Tell me, Lestrade, has anyone else shown unusual interest in the professor's death? Funny you should ask. A gentleman called at the Yard this evening, shortly after we'd been notified. Said he was a colleague of the professor's and wanted to know if there were any suspicious circumstances. Foreign accent. Italian, I think. I told him it appeared natural and he seemed disappointed. No, perhaps relieved is a better word. His name? Didn't give one. Said he'd call again tomorrow with proper identification. Seemed respectable enough. Well-dressed, educated manners. Holmes turned back to the room, and Watson recognised the expression. His friend had scented a mystery with depths, layers that would peel back one by one to reveal something stranger and more significant than a simple death in a Bloomsbury study. The game, Watson, is more complex than it first appears, Holmes said softly. We have a scholar who literally wrote secrets on his own skin. We have competing parties, academic, religious, perhaps political, circling his work. We have a dead man who may have died of fear as much as natural causes, and we have, unless I'm much mistaken, only part of the puzzle. Part of it? Watson asked. Look at the pattern of tattoos, Doctor. They're fragmentary by design. Professor Grimsby was clever. He didn't put all his secrets in one place, even when that place was his own flesh. These markings reference other sources, other locations. He's left us breadcrumbs, but the bread is scattered across Europe. Then the investigation continues? Lestrade asked, sounding equal parts hopeful and resigned. The investigation has barely begun, Inspector. This is merely where the mystery chose to reveal itself. Holmes clapped the policeman on the shoulder with uncharacteristic warmth. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I shall need copies of all the professor's correspondence, and I'd appreciate it if the body could be kept secure for another day or two. There may be more to discover once I've determined the proper light sources to make these tattoos. Fully visible? As they left the house, Watson glanced back at the study window. The lamp still burned, casting its warm glow into a room that would know no more late nights of scholarly pursuit. The fog had thickened again, wrapping the street in grey silence. "We're taking the case, then?" Watson asked, though he already knew the answer. "My dear Watson, how could we not? A tattooed map, secret societies, suppressed history, and a dead scholar who literally wore his research on his skin. It's positively baroque." Holmes paused, breathing in the fog-laden air. "And unless I'm very much mistaken, someone else is already searching for the rest of this map. Which means, old friend, that we've entered a race. The question is whether we're racing toward truth or toward danger." "In my experience with you," Watson said dryly, "those two destinations are often the same place." Holmes laughed, a sound that rang oddly cheerful in the muffled evening. "Then we shall arrive together, as always. Come, Baker Street and brandy await, and I have much to consider. Roman history, Watson, the very foundation of Western civilization, or so they teach us." "But what if the foundation itself is built on convenient fictions? What might that mean for everything we've constructed atop it?" The cab carried them back through streets that seemed to grow quieter as they travelled, as if London itself was settling down for the night, tucking itself beneath its customary blanket of fog. But Watson knew that somewhere in this vast city, and in cities beyond, others were not sleeping. Others were searching, hoping, perhaps fearing what Professor Aldous Grimsby had written on his own skin. The game, as Holmes would say, was afoot, and the night, despite its gentle appearance, held secrets that daylight would neither erase nor explain. The morning arrived with that particular quality of light that London reserves for late autumn. Pale, hesitant, as if the sun itself wasn't entirely committed to the effort of rising. Baker Street stirred slowly, the sounds of the city building like a gentle symphony. The milkman's cart rattling over cobblestones, a muffin seller's distant cry, the patient clip-clop of a hansom cab passing below. Watson woke to find Holmes already dressed, standing by the window with a cup of tea that had long since gone cold, his gaze fixed on something far beyond the street scene below. "You haven't slept," Watson observed, a statement rather than a question. He'd learned to recognise the particular quality of alertness that came from Holmes, spending an entire night in thought rather than rest. "Sleep seemed an unnecessary interruption," Holmes replied, not turning from the window. "I've been considering Professor Grimsby's tattoos. The placement wasn't random, Watson. Each fragment was positioned on a part of the body that could be easily concealed or revealed. Forearms visible with rolled sleeves, torso hidden beneath normal attire. A man who could control, precisely what he showed and when. You think he revealed different pieces to different people? I think he was playing a very careful game with very dangerous players, and I think we need to understand what game that was before we stumble into it blindly." Holmes finally turned, and his eyes held that fierce brightness that meant he'd moved beyond theory into certainty. "We're going to the British Museum. Professor Grimsby spent considerable time there, according to his correspondence. Scholars leave traces in libraries the way other men leave footprints in mud." The British Museum rose from Bloomsbury's streets like a temple to human curiosity, its columned facade speaking of Greek aspirations applied to Victorian ambition. Inside, the air held that particular scent of institutions dedicated to the past, dust and paper and stone and the accumulated breath of centuries of visitors seeking to touch something older than themselves. Holmes navigated the corridors with the confidence of long familiarity, past marble statues that stared with blank eyes, through halls where Egyptian sarcophagi rested far from desert sands, until they reached the manuscript reading room. Here the atmosphere changed, becoming quieter, more reverent. Scholars bent over ancient texts like monks at prayer, their silence broken only by the whisper of turning pages and the scratch of pencils on notepaper. The head librarian, a Mr. Pemberton with wire spectacles and ink-stained fingers, greeted Holmes with the careful enthusiasm of a man who recognised both intelligence and potential disruption. "Mr. Holmes, I heard about Professor Grimsby. Terrible business. He was here just last week working in his usual corner." "His usual corner?" Holmes prompted gently. "Oh yes, he'd claimed that table from the Roman collections for years. Said the light was better there, though I suspect he simply liked being near the artefacts. Some scholars are like that. They need the physical presence of history to think properly." Pemberton gestured toward a table in a far corner, where windows let in that pale autumn light to fall across polished wood. He was particular about his privacy, especially these last few months, would request materials from the restricted collections, documents not available to general researchers. Holmes's interest sharpened visibly. Restricted collections. Items too fragile for casual handling, or those with sensitive content. Historical documents that might upset certain parties if widely circulated. The museum has responsibilities, you understand, both to scholarship and to maintaining good relations with institutions, churches, governments, that provide us with artifacts. How delightfully political, Holmes murmured. And what materials was the professor examining? Pemberton hesitated, the eternal struggle of the librarian between preserving patron privacy and assisting investigation playing across his face. I'm not certain I should. Mr. Pemberton, the professor is dead under circumstances that suggest his research may have contributed to his demise. Whatever secrets he was pursuing, they've already killed one man. Would you prefer we discover what they are before or after they claim another victim? The logic was irrefutable, delivered in Holmes' most reasonable tone, the one that made resistance seem almost churlish. Pemberton sighed and moved to his desk, withdrawing a leather-bound ledger. He'd been studying early Roman historical texts, not the famous ones, Livy, Tacitus, but obscure sources, fragments of municipal records, archaeological reports from excavations in the Forum, correspondence between Renaissance scholars who'd examined documents since lost. He seemed particularly interested in discrepancies. Discrepancies? Between official Roman histories and archaeological evidence, between what the historical texts claimed about Rome's founding and what the physical remains suggest actually occurred. The professor believed. Pemberton paused, choosing his words carefully. He believed that Augustus Caesar had commissioned a systematic revision of early Roman history, that the stories of Romulus and Remus, the Seven Kings, the Noble Republic, all of it was propaganda, created to legitimize imperial rule by inventing a glorious past that never quite existed as described. Watson found himself leaning forward, caught despite himself by the implications. You're saying Rome's entire founding mythology was a fabrication? Not fabrication, Doctor, but refinement. The way a jeweller might take raw ore and shape it into something more appealing. Events happened, certainly, but their meaning, their sequence, their very interpretation was carefully crafted by scholars working under imperial patronage. The professor was collecting evidence of this revision, proof that what we teach as Roman history is actually Augustan propaganda, so skillfully done that it fooled everyone for 2,000 years. Holmes had moved to Grimsby's usual table, his long fingers trailing across the wood as if he could read its history through touch. And such proof would be valuable to whom, precisely? The Vatican, for one, Pemberton said quietly. The Catholic Church has based centuries of authority on its connection to Roman imperial legitimacy. If Rome's founding is shown to be mythological fiction rather than historical fact, it undermines that connection. Then there are Italian nationalists who draw pride and purpose from their Roman heritage. Modern Italy styles itself as Rome reborn. Academic institutions whose entire classical studies departments are built on the foundation of Roman historical texts. Even the British Empire, which models itself consciously after Rome. Quite a lot of powerful entities have invested heavily in a particular version of Roman history. And quite a lot of powerful entities would prefer that version remain undisturbed, Holmes concluded. He turned. Slowly, surveying the room. You mentioned the professor requested specific documents. Which ones? Pemberton consulted his ledger. Primarily archaeological reports from excavations beneath the church of San Clemente in Rome. The church is built in layers, you see. A 12th century church atop a 4th century church atop a 1st century house and temple. Like a layer cake of history. Excavations in the 1860s revealed remarkable things in the lowest levels. The professor was fascinated by what those excavations found but didn't publicize. What they found but didn't publicize, Holmes repeated. How tantalizing. And these reports are in the restricted collection. Donated by the Vatican itself, with the stipulation they be available only to qualified researchers with proper authorization. The professor had maintained good relations with certain progressive scholars in Rome. They'd provided him access, though I suspect not everyone in the church hierarchy approved. Watson noticed movement at the reading room's entrance, a figure in clerical black, watching their conversation with interest that seemed more than casual. Holmes noticed too. his gaze flickering briefly toward the man before returning to Pemberton. "This Lapis Society that the professor's correspondence mentioned, are you familiar with it?" "A collecting society," Pemberton said, his voice dropping slightly. "Wealthy individuals, primarily Italian and German, who acquire historical artifacts through channels that aren't always official. They see themselves as preserving history that institutions might suppress or destroy. Some call them scholars, others call them grave robbers with education. The professor had corresponded with them, I believe, though I don't think he approved of their methods." "And the Society of Jesus? The Jesuits?" "Ah, now that's more interesting. There's a faction within the Jesuit order, small, very intellectual, that believes the Church should embrace historical truth rather than comfortable mythology. They argue that faith built on demonstrable lies is weaker than faith that acknowledges complexity. Father Benedetto Russo is their informal leader. He and the professor had extensive correspondence. Holmes absorbed this information with the focused intensity of a man assembling a puzzle whose picture he couldn't yet see. "I'll need to examine those restricted documents, Mr. Pemberton. The same ones Grimsby studied. That would require authorization from the museum director, and given the sensitive nature—" "Then let's not wait for authorization." Holmes's smile was charming and entirely untrustworthy. "I'm certain the director would approve if he understood the circumstances, and by the time he learns we didn't actually ask, we'll have solved a murder and saved him considerable embarrassment." "Mr. Holmes, I couldn't possibly—" But Holmes had already moved toward the restricted stacks, and Watson found himself following, as he always did, into territory that was probably illegal and certainly irregular. Behind them, Pemberton made a small sound of protest that died unspoken. The librarian's eternal conflict between rules and curiosity, with curiosity winning by the narrowest margin. The restricted collection occupied a separate room, temperature-controlled and dimly lit to preserve delicate materials. Holmes moved among the shelves with practiced efficiency, pulling volumes according to some internal logic Watson couldn't follow. Archaeological reports, scholarly monographs in Italian and Latin, photographs of excavation sites, and finally, a thin folder bound in red leather. "The San Clemente excavation reports," Holmes murmured, opening the folder with careful reverence. Inside were documents in Italian, accompanied by photographs showing layers of stone and brick, underground chambers lit by harsh archaeological lights, and close-ups of inscriptions carved into ancient walls. Watson looked over Holmes's shoulder at one photograph showing a chamber deep underground. The walls bore Latin inscriptions, but someone had annotated the photograph with notes in English. Official translation deliberately altered, actual text references, constructed lineage, and authorized narrative, evidence of historical revision at imperial directive. The handwriting was Grimsby's. Watson recognized it from the correspondence they'd examined the previous evening. "He was right," Holmes said softly. "Look at this, Watson. These inscriptions date from the Augustan era, but they reference earlier periods. They're essentially administrative notes about the creation of official history. One might call them the minutes of the committee that invented Rome's past." "Good Lord. And these are in Vatican archives?" "We're in Vatican archives. These reports suggest the excavators found them, understood their implications, and quietly buried them again, literally and figuratively. But they kept records, because scholars can never quite bring themselves to completely destroy knowledge, even dangerous knowledge. They simply made it difficult to access." The sound of footsteps made them both turn. The cleric Watson had noticed earlier stood in the doorway, his expression neutral, but his eyes sharp with intelligence. He was perhaps 50, with the lean frame of a man who practiced asceticism not from obligation but preference, and his hands, Watson noticed hands professionally, were ink-stained like Pemberton's, a scholar's hands, not an administrator's. "Mr. Holmes," the man said, his English bearing only the slightest Italian accent, "I thought I might find you here. I am Father Benedetto Russo. I believe you've been reading about me in poor Aldous' correspondence." Holmes straightened, and Watson saw his friend's body language shift subtly into watchfulness. "Father Russo, you're far from Rome." "I arrived yesterday evening shortly after hearing of the professor's death. We were collaborators, you see, and friends. I felt I should—" He paused, something genuinely sorrowful crossing his features. "I felt I should be here, to pray for him, if nothing else. though I suspect Aldous would find that ironic. You share his theories about Roman historical revision. I share his commitment to the truth, Mr. Holmes. The church I serve should be strong enough to acknowledge that its foundations are human, and therefore imperfect. If we've built our authority on myths that are demonstrably false, then we build on sand. Better to rebuild on solid ground, even if that ground is less glorious than we'd prefer. A progressive stance for a Jesuit, Holmes observed. The Jesuits were founded to think, Mr. Holmes, though many of my brothers have forgotten that. Aldous and I believed that the evidence he was gathering, the proof that Roman history was systematically fabricated, should be revealed carefully with scholarly rigour in a way that would strengthen rather than destroy faith in institutions. And others disagreed? Father Rousseau's expression darkened. Others believe some truths are too dangerous for public consumption. They would prefer Aldous's evidence disappear entirely. When I learned of his death, I feared. He stopped, then continued more carefully. I feared he'd been careless with whom he'd shared his findings. You think he was murdered? I think the stress of being hunted by various parties seeking to control his research was sufficient to kill a man with a weak heart. Whether that constitutes murder is perhaps a question for philosophers rather than physicians. Watson, the physician, found himself nodding. Chronic stress can absolutely precipitate cardiac failure. If the professor lived in fear... He did, Father Rousseau said simply. He wrote to me 3 weeks ago saying he'd taken precautions, that he'd ensured his evidence couldn't be stolen or destroyed, that he'd created a kind of insurance. I assume that's what brought you here. You've discovered his method. Holmes studied the Jesuit with the attention he usually reserved for physical evidence. The tattoos. I suspected as much. Aldous had a dark sense of humour. The idea of literally writing history on his own skin would have appealed to him. Father Rousseau moved further into the room, his movements carrying the calm of a man accustomed to libraries. But the tattoos are only fragments, yes. Pieces of a larger puzzle. He wouldn't have put everything in one place. You know where the other pieces are. I know where some are, others I can guess. Aldous was systematic. He would have distributed his evidence to trusted colleagues across Europe. People like Dr. Vincenzo Marcelli in Rome, Dr. Heinrich Weber in Berlin, Professor Catherine Beaumont in Paris. Each would have a piece, though they might not know what the others held. A conspiracy of scholarship, Holmes said, and there was approval in his tone. Clever. No single party could suppress all the evidence because no single party could locate all the holders. Precisely. Though now that Aldous is dead, those holders become targets. The Lepus Society will approach them with money. More conservative elements in the church will approach them with theology and veiled threats. Italian nationalists will appeal to patriotic duty. And whoever is most persuasive or most ruthless will control the narrative. Watson felt the pieces aligning in his mind. That's why you're here. To help us find the evidence before others do. To help you ensure it's revealed properly, Doctor. Truth revealed carelessly can be as destructive as truth suppressed. What Aldous discovered has implications for how we understand power, authority, legitimacy. The Western world has built itself on Roman foundations. If those foundations are shown to be sand and mythology, the building doesn't necessarily fall, but it certainly shakes. People die in earthquakes, even metaphorical ones. Holmes closed the folder carefully, his expression thoughtful. You're proposing we work together. A detective, a doctor, and a Jesuit scholar hunting for fragments of suppressed history, scattered across Europe while various factions hunt the same. I'm proposing we race them, Father Rousseau corrected gently. Because they are already hunting, Mr. Holmes. The Lapis Society sent someone to Aldous's house last night. Lestrade mentioned an Italian visitor to the yard. Dr. Marcelli in Rome wrote to me yesterday saying he'd been approached by collectors, offering outrageous sums for any papers Aldous might have sent him. And Professor Beaumont in Paris. He paused, his face tightening. Professor Beaumont is dead. Found in her study 3 days ago. Heart failure, the authorities said. She was 43 and in excellent health. The reading room fell silent except for the distant sounds of the museum beyond. Footsteps, murmured conversations, the living world continuing while they discussed the dead and the truths they'd guarded. Then we're already behind, Holmes said finally, and his voice carried that particular edge that Watson knew meant his friend had fully committed. We'll need to move quickly. Paris first to examine Professor Beaumont's papers before they disappear. Then Rome. Berlin can wait. If Dr. Webber is still alive, he'll stay that way longer by being last. I'll accompany you, Father Russo said. I have resources through the church, access to archives, contacts in universities, the ability to move through Vatican territories without suspicion. Very well, an unlikely alliance, but these are unlikely circumstances. Holmes extended his hand and the Jesuit took it. Though I warn you, Father, I serve truth rather than comfort. If what we find damages the church, I won't suppress it to spare theological sensibilities. If what we find damages the church, then the church deserves the damage, Father Russo replied. An institution built on lies has no moral claim to protection, but I have to believe, that truth strengthens rather than weakens genuine faith. They left the reading room together, the red folder tucked under Holmes's arm despite Pemberton's visible distress at seeing restricted materials leaving his care. Outside, the autumn afternoon had progressed toward that early twilight that October brought, the sky dimming toward grey, the street lamps beginning their nightly work of pushing back darkness. Watson pulled his coat closer against the chill. They were bound for Paris then, chasing fragments of a dead scholar's puzzle across Europe, racing against parties whose methods range from persuasion to murder. It was, he reflected, exactly the sort of situation that Holmes lived for, and exactly the sort that Watson had sworn to himself he wouldn't get drawn into again. Yet here he was, already mentally packing for the journey, already feeling that familiar mix of apprehension and excitement. Because Holmes was right, as he usually was. Some mysteries demanded pursuit not for the thrill of the chase, but because truth, even dangerous truth, mattered more than comfortable ignorance. The game was afoot, and the game, it seemed, would take them far from Baker Street's familiar comforts, into territory where history and power intersected, where the past reached forward to shake the present's foundations. Watson glanced at Holmes, who walked with that purposeful stride that meant his mind was already in Paris, already sifting evidence not yet seen. And beside them, Father Russo moved with equal purpose, a man of God chasing truth that might undo his own church's authority. It was, Watson thought, going to be a remarkable journey, assuming they survived it. The journey to Paris began in the grey hours before dawn, when London still slept beneath its customary blanket of fog, and the city's sounds were reduced to essentials, the distant clatter of early milk wagons, the lonely cry of a vendor setting up his stall, the patient breathing of a metropolis not yet fully awake. Baker Street lay quiet as Holmes, Watson and Father Russo loaded their luggage into a cab that would carry them to Victoria Station, where the boat train waited with the promise of foreign shores and foreign mysteries. Watson had always found something melancholy about pre-dawn departures, as if leaving London while it slept was a kind of betrayal. The city deserved to see its travellers off properly, he felt, but Holmes had insisted on the earliest possible train. Speed matters more than sentiment, Watson, he'd said while packing his travelling case, with characteristic efficiency. Professor Beaumont has been dead for 3 days. Any evidence in her possession grows colder by the hour. Victoria Station at dawn was a cathedral of iron and glass, its vast roof arcing overhead like an industrial sky. Steam from waiting locomotives rose in great clouds, mixing with the morning mist to create an atmosphere that seemed suspended between night and day. The boat train sat at its platform with patient authority, carriages painted in the dark green of the London, Chatham and Dover Railway, windows glowing with warm gaslight against the station's dimness. They settled into a first-class compartment. Holmes had insisted, claiming the privacy was worth the expense, and soon the train began its gentle rocking motion, pulling away from London with that peculiar combination of reluctance and determination that characterized all departures. The city slid past their windows, row houses giving way to suburbs, suburbs yielding to countryside, the urban sprawl gradually loosening its grip until they travelled through fields and villages that looked like watercolour paintings in the dawn light. Father Russo sat across from Holmes, a leather satchel on his lap that Watson suspected contained documents the Jesuit had brought from Rome. He'd been quiet since leaving Baker Street, his gaze fixed on the passing landscape with an expression that suggested he was seeing something beyond the physical terrain. "Penny for your thoughts, Father," Watson ventured, as the train settled into its rhythm. The Jesuit smiled faintly. "I was thinking about Aldous. We first met at an archaeological conference in Rome 7 years ago. He gave a paper suggesting that the traditional dating of Rome's founding was politically motivated rather than historically accurate. Half the audience walked out. The other half gave him a standing ovation. That was Aldous. He had a gift for dividing rooms. His voice carried genuine affection beneath the sorrow. He used to say that comfortable lies were more dangerous than uncomfortable truths, that we do more damage protecting people from reality than we ever do exposing them to it. A philosopher as well as a scholar, Holmes observed, not looking up from the notebook he'd been writing in since the train departed. All scholars are philosophers, Mr. Holmes, whether they admit it or not. Every time we choose what to study, what to preserve, what to teach, we're making philosophical claims about what matters. Aldous understood that. He knew his research wasn't just about correcting historical dates. It was about exposing how power manufactures legitimacy through narrative control. Watson found himself intrigued despite his fatigue. And you agreed with this? A Jesuit priest arguing that powerful institutions lie to maintain control? The Society of Jesus was founded on the principle that faith should withstand intellectual scrutiny, Doctor. If our authority depends on historical fictions, then we have no real authority. Only the illusion of it, maintained through ignorance. I would rather serve a church humbled by truth than one elevated by lies. Father Rousseau's gaze shifted to Holmes. Which is why I need to know. What will you do with Aldous's evidence once we've gathered it? Publish immediately? Sell it to the highest bidder? Use it for leverage? Holmes looked up, his grey eyes, meeting the Jesuit's dark ones with directness. I will ensure it reaches people capable of evaluating it properly. Scholars, institutions, publications. The truth doesn't belong to me, Father, so I've no right to suppress it or hoard it. But neither will I weaponize it. Truth presented as a weapon tends to generate more heat than light. A diplomatic answer. An honest one. I'm a detective, not a revolutionary. I find things that are hidden. What the world does with them afterward is beyond my purview. The conversation lapsed into companionable silence as the train carried them through the Kentish countryside. Watson watched the landscape transform, the ordered English fields giving way to hop gardens and orchards, villages with Norman churches standing patient watch over centuries of accumulated history. This was an old country, he reflected, where Romans had marched and Saxons had settled, where every hill might hide a burial mound, and every river had witnessed more history than any book could capture. They reached Dover in mid-morning, the famous white cliffs rising from the sea like England's final defiant gesture before the Channel intervened. The crossing would take 90 minutes, weather permitting, and the Channel, that temperamental strip of water that had protected England from invasion for 9 centuries, was in a charitable mood. The ferry sat at dock, a sturdy vessel that seemed to shrug at the notion of rough seas, while porters hurried back and forth with luggage, and passengers gathered at the gangway, with the particular anxiety of people about to entrust themselves to water. The crossing itself had an otherworldly quality. England receded behind them, its cliffs diminishing to a white line on the horizon, while ahead, France remained invisible, hidden beyond the curve of the earth. They occupied a space between nations, between solid ground and the uncertainties ahead, rocking gently on grey water that stretched in all directions like liquid sky. Holmes spent the crossing on deck despite the October chill, his hawk-like profile turned toward France, as if he could summon their destination through sheer will. Watson joined him, finding something meditative about the endless water, the rhythmic slap of waves against the hull, the cry of gulls that followed the ferry hoping for scraps. "You're worried," Watson observed. "I'm calculating," Holmes corrected. "Professor Beaumont died 3 days ago. If her death was murder, disguised as natural causes, then whoever killed her has had 3 days to search her effects, to remove or copy anything useful. We may arrive to find her study picked clean, her papers scattered or stolen. But murderers, Watson, are generally less thorough than they believe themselves to be. They focus on the obvious. Documents, letters, notebooks. They overlook the subtle. And you specialise in the subtle. I specialise in seeing what others have already looked at but failed to perceive. There's a difference." Holmes turned, leaning against the rail. "Tell me what you know of Paris, Watson. You've been, I assume?" "During my university years. I found it beautiful but overwhelming. Too much grandeur, too much history pressing down on the present. London feels ancient. Paris feels imperial. Different quality of age. An apt distinction. Paris was rebuilt by Napoleon III and Baron Haussmann in the 1850s and 60s. They tore down medieval streets and erected a modern capital designed to prevent revolution through architectural control. Wide boulevards that cannon could sweep clear, buildings arranged for surveillance and military movement. A city as a police state, disguised as aesthetic achievement. Father Rousseau had joined them on deck. "You disapprove of Paris, Mr. Holmes?" "I disapprove of cities designed to suppress their own citizens, but I admire the ambition to literally reshape reality to match an ideological vision. It's not so different from what Augustus did to Roman history. Haussmann rebuilt Paris's physical space. Augustus rebuilt Rome's narrative space. Both understood that controlling how people move and think requires controlling the environment in which they move and think. And both," Father Rousseau added quietly, "created something beautiful in service of control. That's the insidious part. When oppression wears the mask of improvement, when restriction presents itself as liberation, it makes resistance feel like ingratitude. The French coast appeared gradually, materializing from mist like a promise or a threat, depending on one's perspective. Calais harbour came into focus. Stone jetties, fishing boats, the organised chaos of a port city that lived by the rhythms of tide and trade. The ferry manoeuvred into dock with practised efficiency, and soon they were on French soil, moving through customs with the particular tedium that governments inflict on travellers who dare cross invisible lines on maps. The train from Calais to Paris was faster and more modern than the English boat train, reflecting France's passion for technological progress. They travelled through countryside that looked subtly different from England, the fields more geometric, the villages more compact, the whole landscape bearing the stamp of centuries of deliberate organisation. France, Watson reflected, had never quite embraced the picturesque chaos that characterised the English countryside. Everything here had purpose, position, proper arrangement. Paris announced itself long before they arrived. Industrial suburbs spreading outward, villages absorbed into the capital's inexorable expansion, and then, finally, the city proper. They entered through one of Haussmann's grand boulevards, past buildings that rose with uniform hauteur, their limestone facades reflecting the afternoon light with almost aggressive elegance. This was a city designed to impress, to overwhelm, to remind visitors that France, despite military defeats and political upheavals, remained a power to be reckoned with. The Gare du Nord swallowed their train into its iron embrace, another cathedral of the railway age, and they emerged into a late afternoon Parisian bustle. The city moved with different energy than London, more animated, more theatrical somehow, as if every citizen were performing for an invisible audience. The air carried different scents too, coffee and bread, and that particular smell of stone warmed by sun, mixed with horse droppings and coal smoke, and the Seine's watery presence somewhere to the south. They took a cab to the Latin Quarter, where Professor Catherine Beaumont had lived and worked. This was older Paris, the Paris that predated Haussmann's renovations, narrow streets and medieval building lines, bookshops and cafes where students and scholars argued philosophy over cheap wine. The University of Paris had occupied this neighbourhood for 7 centuries, and the weight of accumulated learning seemed to press down on every cobblestone. Professor Beaumont's apartment occupied the 3rd floor of a building that leaned slightly, as if tired from holding up so much history. The concierge, a formidable woman with the build of someone who'd survived the Prussian siege of 1870, regarded them with the suspicion Parisians reserve for foreigners, particularly English foreigners. Holmes addressed her in flawless French, his accent impeccable, explaining that they were colleagues of the late professor, come to pay respects and examine her scholarly work. Father Rousseau added his own credentials, producing letters from Rome that carried Vatican seals impressive enough to soften even Parisian scepticism. The concierge's manner shifted from hostile to merely cold. "The police have already been. They said natural causes. Her heart. She was young for that, but these scholars work themselves to death over old books and dead languages." She produced a key with evident reluctance. "The apartment is as she left it. Her family in Normandy will collect her things next week. You may look, but touch nothing that isn't papers or books, and I'll be watching." She accompanied them up narrow stairs that creaked with each step, past doors behind which life continued, a baby crying, someone practicing piano with more enthusiasm than skill, the smell of cooking onions drifting from a kitchen. Professor Beaumont's door stood at the corridor's end, unmarked except for a small nameplate. C. Beaumont, Professeur. The concierge unlocked it and stood aside, her expression making clear she intended to supervise. Holmes entered first, his movements careful, his eyes already cataloguing everything visible. Watson followed, struck immediately by the apartment's character. It was unmistakably a scholar's space, but with a feminine touch that Grimsby's study had lacked. Books lined every wall, but between them hung watercolours of Mediterranean landscapes. Papers covered the desk, but in organised stacks rather than chaotic spread. A settee near the window held embroidered cushions, and a small table bore a vase where flowers had died from lack of water, their dried petals scattered like brown snow. "She was found there," the concierge said, pointing to the settee, "in the afternoon. I brought her mail up and she didn't answer, which was odd. She always answered. The door was unlocked, which was also odd. I found her sitting as if asleep, but—" She crossed herself. The doctor said her heart simply stopped. No suffering, he promised, though how doctors know such things I cannot say. Holmes moved to the desk, his fingers hovering over papers without touching them, respecting the concierge's edict, while clearly desperate to examine everything. Had she received any visitors in the days before her death? A gentleman called 2 days prior. Italian, I think, though he spoke good French. He claimed to be a colleague, and said he had something urgent to discuss. She let him in. They spoke for perhaps an hour. He left looking. The concierge paused, searching for the word. Unsatisfied, frustrated perhaps, as if he'd asked for something she refused to provide. "Can you describe him?" "My age, perhaps younger, well-dressed, expensive coat, dark hair going silver. He had a scar here." She touched her left cheek. Small, like a dueling mark, and his hands. They were very clean, too clean for a scholar. Scholars always have ink on their hands. He was perfect, like he wore gloves even when he didn't. Watson saw Holmes file this description away with that perfect memory of his. And after this visitor left, did Professor Beaumont seem distressed? She seemed thoughtful. She asked me if I knew a good locksmith, said she wanted better locks installed. I recommended one, but she died before he could come. The concierge's voice softened slightly. She was a good tenant, quiet, paid promptly, never complained. It's a shame. The good ones always die young while the miserable live forever. Father Rousseau had moved to the bookshelves, scanning titles with professional interest. These are all classical texts, Roman history, Latin literature, archaeological reports, and here, he pulled down a volume, Aldus's book on Augustan historical revision, published 3 years ago by a small academic press. She's marked passages throughout. Holmes joined him, taking the book and flipping through marked pages. Watson watched his friend's eyes narrow with concentration, that peculiar intensity that meant he was reading not just words, but intentions, implications, the spaces between what was written. She was following his research closely, Holmes murmured. These marginalia are essentially a conversation. She's responding to his arguments, adding evidence, suggesting alternative interpretations. This wasn't casual reading. This was collaboration at a distance. Then she likely had materials he sent her, Father Rousseau said. Copies of his research, perhaps. Portions of the evidence he'd gathered. Which our clean-handed Italian visitor was undoubtedly seeking. Holmes set the book down and turned slowly, examining the apartment with renewed focus. The concierge is right. This room has been searched, though by someone skilled enough to make it look undisturbed. See how the papers on the desk are stacked just slightly too neatly? How the books on that lower shelf aren't quite flush with the others? Someone has been through this apartment methodically, looking for something specific. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air seeping through the window. Then we're too late. Whatever she had is gone. Whatever was obvious is gone, Holmes corrected. But Professor Beaumont was a scholar, Watson, and scholars have a constitutional inability to keep only one copy of important materials. They hoard, they duplicate, they squirrel away backups in case of fire or theft or academic rivals. If Grimsby sent her something valuable, she wouldn't have kept it only in the obvious places. He began moving through the apartment with systematic precision, ignoring the concierge's protests about touching things. He examined books not just for their spines, but for their heft, checking whether pages had been hollowed out to create hiding places. He felt along the backs of picture frames, checked under furniture cushions, ran his fingers over windowsills and door jambs looking for loose boards or hidden cavities. Father Rousseau joined the search with practiced efficiency that made Watson wonder how often Jesuits had to hide documents from unfriendly authorities. The priest paid particular attention to religious items, a small crucifix on the wall, a prayer book on the bedside table, examining them with the thoroughness of someone who knew. Such items often served dual purposes. It was Watson, however, who found it. He'd been examining the dried flowers in their vase, moved by a doctor's instinct to tidy death's small, untended details. The vase was heavier than it should have been. He lifted it, turned it over, and a key fell out along with dust and dead water, a small brass key attached to a numbered tag. "Left luggage," Holmes said immediately, taking the key and examining the number. Gare du Nord. She deposited something at the station's left luggage office. The searcher never thought to check outside the apartment. The concierge looked bewildered, but Father Rousseau's eyes lit with understanding. She knew she was in danger. She removed the evidence from her home and stored it somewhere searchers wouldn't think to look. Precisely. And unless our clean-handed Italian thought to bribe every left luggage clerk in Paris, what she deposited remains exactly where she left it. Holmes pocketed the key with evident satisfaction. "Thank you, madam. You've been most helpful. We'll trouble you no further." They left the building as afternoon deepened toward evening, the Latin Quarter's streets, filling with students and workers ending their day. Paris had that particular quality of autumn twilight. The limestone buildings seemed to glow from within, street lamps flickered to life like earthbound stars, and the air carried the smell of bread from boulangeries and roasting chestnuts from street vendors. The Gare du Nord was a 20-minute cab ride through streets that grew busier as they travelled north. The station in the evening was less grand than it had seemed that afternoon, more utilitarian, focused on getting people home rather than impressing them with arrival. The left luggage office occupied a corner near the main entrance, staffed by a bored clerk who barely glanced at the key before retrieving a medium-sized leather case. Holmes carried it out into the station's main hall, finding a relatively quiet corner before opening it. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth and tied with string, were papers, dozens of pages in Grimsby's handwriting accompanied by photographs showing inscriptions, architectural details, excavation sites, and a letter addressed to Catherine, should I fail. Holmes read aloud, his voice quiet but clear. "My dear colleague, if you're reading this, then I've succumbed to either natural weakness or unnatural persuasion. The evidence I've gathered proves beyond doubt that Augustus commissioned a systematic falsification of early Roman history. The documents in Rome, the inscriptions beneath San Clemente, the archaeological evidence from the Forum, all of it confirms that the Rome we teach never existed in the form we describe. It was invented piece by careful piece to give legitimacy to imperial rule. I've tattooed fragments of the map to these sources on my own skin. Ridiculous, I know, but I was running out of options. The complete key to interpreting the tattoos is with Vincenzo in Rome. Take this evidence, Catherine, and with Benedetto's help reveal it properly, not as a scandal but as a scholarship, not to destroy but to illuminate. Truth may be uncomfortable, but it's ultimately kinder than lies, no matter how beautiful those lies might be. Yours in pursuit of what actually happened, Aldous." The station continued its evening business around them, trains departing, passengers rushing, announcements echoing in French and English. But in their quiet corner the three of them stood silent, holding the life's work of a dead man who'd literally written history on his own flesh. "Rome next," Holmes said finally, carefully repacking the case. "To find Vincenzo Marcelli and complete the puzzle, and to ensure he doesn't become the third scholar to die of convenient heart failure," Father Rousseau added grimly. Watson looked at the case, at the papers that had cost 2 lives already and might cost more before this ended. Is any historical truth worth this much death? "That," Holmes replied, his voice soft but firm, "is precisely what we're going to find out." They left the station as night claimed Paris fully, 3 travellers bound for Rome, carrying secrets that powerful people had killed to suppress. The game had escalated from mystery to race to something darker, a chase where the stakes were measured in lives rather than merely knowledge. And somewhere ahead, in Rome's ancient streets and modern dangers, Dr. Vincenzo Marcelli waited, holding the final piece of a puzzle that might rewrite 2,000 years of history, or might simply add his name to the list of scholars who died knowing too much. The night train from Paris to Rome moved through darkness like a promise whispered in sleep, steady, rhythmic, carrying its passengers through countries that shifted beyond the windows in shadows and suggestions. Watson had secured a sleeping compartment for the three of them, a small luxury that Holmes had accepted with uncharacteristic gratitude. Even his restless mind, it seemed, recognized the need for rest before whatever waited in Rome. But sleep proved elusive. Watson lay in his narrow berth, listening to the rails sing their metallic lullaby, watching moonlight slip through the curtained window in silver fragments. Across the compartment he could hear Holmes breathing with the irregular pattern of someone thinking rather than sleeping, and from the bunk above, Father Rousseau's occasional shift suggested similar wakefulness. They were three men suspended between cities, between what they'd learned and what they'd yet to discover, rocking gently through the night as Europe unfolded beneath their wheels. Dawn found them in Switzerland, the train climbing gradually into terrain that grew steadily more vertical. The Alps announced themselves slowly, first as distant shapes against the lightening sky, then as proper mountains, their peaks still holding summer snow despite October's advance. Watson pressed his face to the window like a child, captivated despite himself by the sheer audacity of mountains that rose so high they seemed to argue with heaven itself. Holmes joined him at the window, his lean frame folding into the seat with that economy of movement he possessed. Magnificent, aren't they? The Romans considered them a barrier between civilization and barbarism. They built roads through these passes, extraordinary engineering for the time, but they never quite trusted what lay beyond. Too wild, too resistant to order. And yet Hannibal crossed them with elephants, Watson observed. Precisely, which rather undermines the notion of natural boundaries. Geography only limits those who accept limitations. Holmes gestured toward the peaks. We're following roughly the same route the legions would have taken, travelling between Gaul and Italia. Though they walked, of course, and we sat in cushioned comfort complaining if our tea grew cold. Father Rousseau had emerged from his bunk, his clerical collar slightly askew, his face showing the particular weariness of a man who'd spent the night wrestling thoughts rather than resting. The Alps have witnessed more history than most civilizations produce. Roman armies, barbarian migrations, medieval pilgrims, Napoleon's campaigns. These mountains remember everything and judge nothing. The train began its climb in earnest, the locomotive's rhythm changing as it worked against gravity. They passed through tunnels that swallowed light completely, emerging into landscapes that seemed designed to make humans feel appropriately insignificant. Valleys dropped away into depths where rivers ran silver and villages clung to hillsides like determined afterthoughts. The air itself felt different here, thinner, clearer, carrying the scent of pine and snow and stone that had never known warmth. At a station called Brig, a small town pressed between mountains like a bookmark in a giant's ledger, Holmes surprised both his companions by announcing they would disembark and spend the day in the area. Zurich is 3 hours north, he explained, gathering their luggage, where Dr. Heinrich Weber teaches classical archaeology at the university. If Grimsby sent evidence to colleagues, Weber would be an obvious choice. But more importantly, I want to understand something about these mountains before we proceed to Rome. Watson exchanged glances with Father Rousseau, both recognizing the tone. Holmes had entered one of his contemplative moods, where investigation merged with philosophy, where the specific case opened onto larger questions. These moments sometimes frustrated Watson. They felt like delays, digressions from the urgent work at hand. But he'd learned that Holmes's mind worked in spirals rather than lines, circling inward toward truth through approaches that seemed indirect until they suddenly weren't. They found lodging in a small inn that catered to alpine travellers, a timber-framed building with flower boxes in the windows and the smell of fresh bread drifting from its kitchen. The innkeeper, a robust woman whose German-accented French seemed designed to intimidate foreigners into politeness, showed them to rooms with views of mountains so close they seemed to lean against the windows. After securing their belongings, Holmes led them on what he called a constitutional walk, though Watson suspected it served purposes beyond exercise. They followed a path that wound upward from the town, through forests where sunlight fell in golden shafts between trees that had been old when Rome was young. The silence here had quality, not the absence of sound, but its own presence, broken only by their footsteps and the distant rush of water finding its way downward. They emerged above the tree line into meadows where late wildflowers still bloomed in defiance of approaching winter. The grass smelled of hay and herbs crushed beneath their boots. Above, the peaks rose with that particular clarity of high altitude, where distance became difficult to judge, and everything seemed both closer and more remote than logic suggested. Holmes stopped at an outcropping of stone that offered views across the valley. Below, Brigg looked like a toy town, its buildings miniature, its people invisible. The world spread out in layers, forest giving way to meadow, meadow to bare stone, stone to snow, snow to sky. It was a landscape that demonstrated scale, that reminded humans of their proper proportion in creation's architecture. The Romans hated this, Holmes said, settling onto the rock with his pipe. Not just the difficulty of the terrain, but what it represented. Rome was built on the principle that nature could be tamed, ordered, made to serve human purposes. Aqueducts controlled water. Roads conquered distance. Architecture imposed geometry on chaos. But here, he gestured at the mountains, nature simply refused to be tamed. You could build roads, yes, but the mountains still dictated where those roads could go. You could garrison the passes, but you couldn't garrison the peaks. It was a fundamental limit on Roman power, and they never forgave it. Father Rousseau had seated himself on a nearby boulder, his dark robes making him look like a medieval hermit who'd wandered into their century by mistake. "Is this why we're here, Mr. Holmes? For a meditation on Roman limitations?" "I'm here because we're chasing a truth about how Rome constructed its own mythology, Father, and I find myself wondering what other truths the mountains might teach us." Grimsby died pursuing evidence that Rome's founding narrative was fabricated. But why did Augustus feel the need to fabricate it? What insecurity drove him to literally rewrite history? "The insecurity of knowing that power rests on consent rather than divine mandate," Father Rousseau replied. "If people believe Rome was chosen by gods, destined for greatness from its founding, then Roman rule seems natural, inevitable. But if Rome was just another city-state that happened to win its wars through luck and persistence, well, that's much less impressive. That suggests Rome could fall as easily as it rose." Watson found himself pulled into the discussion despite his preference for concrete facts over philosophical speculation. So Augustus created a mythology that made Rome seem, what? Predestined? Eternal, Holmes said. That was the word the poets used. Roma Eterna. Eternal Rome. Not just a city, but an idea, a principle of order imposed on chaos. And to be eternal, it needed to have always been special, always been chosen. Hence the mythology of divine founders, miraculous escapes, prophetic visions. Augustus didn't just consolidate power, he consolidated the past, making it point inevitably toward his present. And the Church did the same, Father Rousseau added quietly. We claimed succession from Peter, built our authority on the idea that Rome was meant to be Christianity's capital, that all history had been leading toward the moment when empire and faith merged. If Rome's founding is shown to be mythology, it undermines that narrative too. We become just another institution that happened to survive, not one ordained by Providence. The three men sat in silence, surrounded by mountains that predated human concerns and would outlast them. A hawk circled overhead, riding thermal currents with wings spread wide, hunting with patience that knew nothing of urgency. Somewhere below, a stream made music against stones, singing its way toward larger waters. Watson spoke carefully, feeling his way through thoughts that seemed too large for comfortable expression. But don't all societies do this? Create origin stories that make their present circumstances seem inevitable? England has its mythology of Anglo-Saxon destiny, of the island race chosen to carry civilization. France has its revolutionary narrative of liberty emerging from royal tyranny. Even America, with its founding fathers and manifest destiny. Every nation tells itself a story that makes its power seem deserved, rather than merely achieved. "Quite right, Watson," Holmes said, approval warming his voice, which is why Grimsby's evidence is genuinely dangerous. It's not just about Rome, it's about the fundamental dishonesty at the heart of all national mythologies. Show that one founding narrative is fabricated, and you invite skepticism about all of them. The implications extend far beyond ancient history. Then perhaps, Father Rousseau said slowly, the question isn't whether to reveal the truth, but how to reveal it without destroying people's need for meaning. Humans require narratives, Mr. Holmes. We're meaning-making creatures. If you strip away the mythology without offering something to replace it, you create not enlightenment but nihilism. Holmes tamped his pipe thoughtfully. An interesting dilemma. Do we have the right to truth if truth destroys necessary illusions? Should we choose comfortable lies over uncomfortable realities? That's the question that haunted Aldous, Father Russo replied. He wanted truth revealed, but he also understood that truth presented carelessly could do more harm than lies maintained carefully. It's why he was so methodical, so determined to build an irrefutable case before going public. He knew there would be only one chance to get it right. A wind rose from the valley, carrying the scent of distance and pine, rustling through the grass with whispers that might have been voices or might have been merely weather. The hawk above them cried once, a sharp sound that echoed against stone before fading into silence. Watson felt something shift in his understanding, a realignment of perspective that came from sitting above the world rather than within it. Up here, human concerns seemed both desperately important and oddly trivial. Lives were at stake, yes, Grimsby dead, Beaumont dead, Marcelli possibly next. But beyond the immediate danger, beyond the pursuit and the mystery, lay questions about how humans relate to their own past, how they construct identity from history, how they balance truth against the need for meaning. "We should continue to Zurich tomorrow," Holmes said finally, breaking the contemplative mood with his usual decisiveness. "Dr. Weber may have information, and more importantly, his safety concerns me. But I wanted this." He gestured at the mountains, the valley, the vast indifference of geology. Before Rome. A reminder that our human dramas play out against a backdrop of forces that couldn't care less about our narratives or our needs for meaning. They descended as afternoon lengthened toward evening, the path leading them back through forests that grew darker as the sun sank behind peaks. The silence felt different now, no longer merely peaceful but almost expectant, as if the mountains themselves were waiting to see what these three humans would do with the knowledge they carried. Back at the inn, they dined on local fare, cheese and bread and wine that tasted of altitude and age. The dining room held only a handful of guests, a Swiss couple celebrating an anniversary, 2 German hikers planning their route with maps spread across their table, a solitary woman reading by lamplight. Ordinary people living ordinary lives, blissfully unaware that men at the corner table carried evidence that might shake the foundations of Western civilization. Watson excused himself early, finding his room with its mountain view now showing only darkness pricked by distant lights from scattered farms. He sat by the window, thinking about what Holmes had said about societies and their stories. England told itself it was a nation of explorers and empire builders, that Britannia ruled waves because Britannia deserved to rule them. But wasn't that just another mythology, another constructed narrative designed to make power seem like providence? He thought of his own life, medical training, military service, partnership with Holmes. Had he chosen this path or merely accepted the narrative his class and era had constructed for him? Doctor, soldier, chronicler of detection. Each role came with a story about what it meant, what it represented. Were any of those stories true, or were they all just comfortable fictions that made sense of chaos? A knock at his door interrupted the spiral. Holmes entered without waiting for invitation, carrying a telegram that had arrived while they dined. His face showed an emotion Watson had learned to recognize, controlled fury mixed with self-recrimination. "Dr. Weber is dead," Holmes said flatly. "Found in his university office this morning. Heart failure, according to initial reports. That makes 3 scholars dead in a week, Watson. 3 brilliant minds stopped, and I was climbing mountains contemplating philosophy, while the killer moved ahead of us." Watson stood, the earlier peace evaporating into urgency. "We couldn't have known. We couldn't have reached Zurich faster than... I should have anticipated. Should have understood the pattern. Grimsby dies, we investigate. Beaumont dies, we travel to Paris. The killer, or killers, simply moves to the next target while we play catch-up. They're not chasing the same evidence we are. They're eliminating everyone who might possess it. Then Marcelli is in immediate danger, yes. We leave for Rome first thing tomorrow. No more delays, no more philosophical interludes. This has become a race to save a life, not just solve a mystery." Father Russo appeared in the doorway, drawn by their voices. "Dr. Weber?" "Dead," Holmes confirmed, which means either he'd already provided his portion of the evidence to the killers, or they killed him to prevent him from providing it to us. Either way, the net is tightening. Every scholar who knew Grimsby's secrets is being systematically eliminated. The Jesuit's face showed genuine anguish. Heinrich was a good man, a brilliant archaeologist. He published the definitive work on Roman military infrastructure in Germania. He had a wife, children. He stopped, collecting himself. We must reach Vincenzo before they do. We will, Holmes said, with a certainty that seemed more determination than prediction. But we proceed with the understanding that we're not merely pursuing historical truth anymore. We're hunting a killer who's shown willingness to murder repeatedly to suppress that truth, which means they won't hesitate to add 3 more bodies to their count if we get in their way. Watson felt the mood shift, the mountain peace replaced by the familiar tension of danger acknowledged. They were no longer scholars on an academic quest. They were hunters and hunted simultaneously, racing toward Rome where either answers or death waited, possibly both. The night train would carry them south tomorrow, down from the Alps into Italy, toward ancient streets and modern murder. But tonight, suspended in the mountains between past and future, between truth and consequence, Watson found sleep impossible once more. He returned to the window, watching distant lights flicker in the darkness. Somewhere out there, another scholar slept, not knowing he might be next. Somewhere, a killer moved with purpose and method, eliminating obstacles to a goal Watson couldn't yet define. And somewhere, in the space between them, 3 travellers prepared to intervene in a game whose rules they barely understood and whose stakes kept rising with each passing day. The mountain stood silent witness, as they had for millennia, as they would for millennia hence. Human dramas played out in their shadows, brief as lightning, gone like smoke. But the consequences of those dramas, the truths revealed or suppressed, the lives saved or lost, those would ripple forward through history, shaping narratives not yet written. Watson closed the curtain finally, seeking rest he knew wouldn't come easily. Tomorrow Rome, tomorrow Marcelli. Tomorrow perhaps an ending to this chase that had already cost too many lives. The mountains, indifferent and eternal, stood guard through the night. And in the morning, they would release their travellers southward, toward whatever waited in the city that called itself eternal, but had been built, Holmes had suggested, on carefully constructed lies. Truth and mythology would meet in Rome. The question was which would survive the encounter. Rome announced itself not with fanfare but with accretion, a gradual thickening of human presence as the train descended from alpine clarity into Italian complexity. The mountains released them reluctantly, giving way first to foothills, then to valleys where vineyards climbed slopes in geometric precision, and finally to the Roman plain where civilization had layered itself like sediment, century upon century, until the past became indistinguishable from the present. Watson watched the landscape transform through the compartment window, struck by how different Italy felt from the countries they'd crossed. Switzerland had been vertical and pristine, France geometric and organised, but Italy seemed to grow organically from its own soil, as if the buildings and roads and villages were crops that the land had decided to produce. Everything here carried the weight of age, not the carefully preserved antiquity of museums, but the lived-in ancientness of a place where people had been continuously existing for so long that history had become atmosphere rather than artifact. "Your first time in Rome?" Father Rousseau asked, noting Watson's attention to the window. The Jesuit had grown more animated as they approached his adopted city, his earlier sorrow over Weber's death giving way to something like anticipation. "First time south of the Alps entirely," Watson admitted. "I'd always meant to visit during my university years, but funds never quite stretched to Italian adventures. Then you're in for an experience that will either enchant or overwhelm you, possibly both simultaneously. Rome isn't like other cities. It doesn't reveal itself all at once. You peel it back in layers, like an archaeological dig, and just when you think you've reached the bottom, you discover there's something older beneath." Holmes had been silent since their early departure from Brig, his lean frame folded into the corner seat, his grey eyes fixed on nothing visible. But he stirred now, attention returning from wherever his thoughts had taken him. "Father Rousseau, you mentioned earlier that Dr. Marcelli had been approached by collectors offering money for Grimsby's papers. Have you heard from him since Weber's death?" "I telegraphed him from Paris with a warning. He responded briefly, said he was taking precautions and would meet us at the Church of San Clemente tomorrow evening. He specified the time quite precisely. 7 o'clock, after the church closes to tourists. He said there were things easier shown than explained. The church was built in layers, Watson recalled. You mentioned it in London. 12th century atop 4th century atop 1st century. Precisely. The visible church above is lovely. Enough. Medieval mosaics, Renaissance additions. But beneath it lies an earlier basilica from the 4th century, and beneath that a 1st century house and a Mithric temple. Excavations have opened parts of it to scholars, but large sections remain unexplored. It's a perfect metaphor for Rome itself. You think you're standing on ground level, but you're actually 3 stories above the ancient street. The train curved southward through the countryside that grew increasingly populated. Small towns became larger ones, industrial suburbs began appearing, and then, almost without transition, they were in Rome proper. The eternal city absorbed them through its outskirts, past washing hung between ancient brick apartment buildings, past churches whose baroque facades hid medieval bones, past fragments of aqueduct standing in modern yards like stone ghosts haunting the present. The Stazione Termini swallowed their train into its iron and glass belly, a monument to 19th century engineering planted atop layers of earlier Romes. They emerged onto platforms crowded with travellers, vendors, priests, soldiers, tourists, pickpockets, and the general chaos that characterised Mediterranean urban life. The air carried complex scents: coffee and exhaust, stone warmed by sun, something floral Watson couldn't identify, and underneath it all the smell of age, of limestone that had been quarried and stacked and lived against for 2 millennia. Father Russo guided them through the station with practised ease, past customs that barely glanced at their documents, and out into late afternoon Roman sunlight that fell with almost physical weight. The light here was different from London's grey ambiguity or Paris's calculated elegance. It was golden and direct, the kind of light that had illuminated empire building and still illuminated the empire's bones. They took a carriage through streets that seemed designed to confuse northerners accustomed to grid logic. Rome had grown like a living thing rather than being planned, its roads following ancient paths, its buildings accommodating terrain rather than imposing order on it. They passed the Colosseum's massive shell, crossed the Tiber's brown water, and entered the Trastevere district where Father Russo had arranged lodging in a pension run by an order of nuns who asked no questions and offered prayers with breakfast. The rooms were simple, but clean, with windows overlooking a courtyard where a fountain trickled with hypnotic persistence and pigeons conducted their eternal debates. Watson unpacked with the automatic efficiency of a man accustomed to temporary quarters, then joined Holmes on the small balcony where his friend stood studying the city's roofscape, a chaos of tiles and terraces, bell towers and satellite dishes, laundry and gardens, ancient and modern, occupying the same space without apparent conflict. "Tomorrow evening seems like a long time to wait," Watson observed. "Marcelli is being cautious, and rightly so. 3 of his colleagues are dead. He wants to meet on ground, he knows, at a time when tourists won't complicate matters, in a place where multiple exits and multiple levels provide options if things go wrong." Holmes lit his pipe, the tobacco smoke mixing with Rome's ambient scents. "The question is whether our opponents will anticipate his caution, or whether they're confident enough to wait for us to lead them to him. You think we're being watched? I think we've been expecting since we left London. 3 scholars die in rapid succession, and Sherlock Holmes begins investigating. The killers would be fools not to monitor our movements. The trick is determining whether they want to stop us from reaching Marcelli, or whether they want us to reach him first, so we can lead them to whatever evidence he's hiding. Cheerful thoughts. Strategic thinking rarely is. But it means we have this evening and tomorrow to explore Rome, to understand its geography, and more importantly to see who shows interest in our explorations." Holmes turned from the roofscape, his expression shifting to something almost boyish. "And I confess, Watson, I've wanted to visit Rome for years, to walk streets where Caesar walked, to see the Forum where the Republic died, to stand in the Pantheon and marvel at concrete that's held up for 2,000 years. If we must wait for our evening appointment, we might as well spend the time educating ourselves." Father Russo joined them in the courtyard as evening descended, bringing with him a picnic of bread, cheese, wine, and olives that the nuns had provided. They ate simply, watching the sky deepen from gold to pink to purple, while the city's sounds shifted from day rhythms to evening ones. Church bells rang from a dozen directions, each slightly out of sync with the others, creating a metal symphony that had been playing for centuries. "Tell me about San Clemente," Holmes requested. "The layout, the access points, the areas still unexplored." The Jesuit pulled a small notebook from his cassock and began sketching. "The visible church sits here, at street level, or what passes for street level in modern Rome, which is actually about 30 feet above the ancient street. Below it, you descend stairs to the 4th century basilica, which was partially buried when the medieval church was built atop it. The walls of the old basilica support the new one, so it's sturdy enough, though damp, and below that," his pencil added another level, "is the 1st century level, a Roman house that was converted for early Christian worship, and beside it, a Mithraic temple. Different religions, same depth, existing side by side in the darkness. And the evidence Grimsby found? Where would it be located? If his theories are correct, in sealed chambers off the 1st century level. The excavations in the 1860s opened the main structures, but side chambers were noted and not explored, either for lack of funding or because of Vatican concerns about what they might contain. Aldous believed these chambers held administrative records from the Augustan period, documents that would prove the systematic revision of early Roman history. Watson studied the sketch, trying to imagine descending through centuries, each level darker and older than the one above. "And we're to meet Dr. Marcelli there tomorrow at 7. He has access through his university credentials. The church closes at 6:30, giving us privacy. He'll take us down to the 1st century level and show us what Aldous discovered." Father Rousseau's voice dropped slightly. Or rather, what Aldous discovered but couldn't remove without Vatican permission, which was never going to be granted. Because the Vatican knew what those documents would prove, Holmes concluded. Some elements within the Vatican knew, yes. Others remain ignorant. The church is not a monolith, Mr. Holmes. It's a vast, ancient institution full of factions and competing interests. Progressive scholars like Vincenzo and myself believe truth ultimately strengthens faith. Conservative elements believe certain truths are too dangerous for the faithful to confront, and then there are those who simply fear change, who prefer comfortable ignorance to uncomfortable knowledge. They sat in companionable silence as night claimed the city fully. Rome's lights came on gradually, street lamps, windows, illuminated monuments, until the darkness was pierced by thousands of points of light, each representing someone living their life, continuing the eternal city's eternal business of existence. Watson found sleep that night came easier than it had in the mountains, perhaps because Rome's ambient sound, the fountain's trickle, distant voices, the occasional rattle of a late carriage on cobblestones, created a kind of urban lullaby. Or perhaps because they'd moved from uncertainty to plan, from reactive investigation to active confrontation. Tomorrow they would descend into Rome's depths and confront whatever truth Grimsby had died protecting. Morning arrived with church bells and sunlight that turned the courtyard into a gold-washed sanctuary. After breakfast with the silent nuns, who served coffee and fresh bread with the practiced efficiency of women who'd been feeding travellers for decades, they set out to explore Rome as tourists, which was the best disguise available to investigators who knew they might be watched. The Forum struck Watson first as disappointing. Just broken columns and foundation stones, weeds growing where senators had walked, before revealing itself as magnificent in its ruin. These fragments represented the centre of an empire that had stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia, and standing among them, Watson felt the weight of history more profoundly than any intact monument could convey. Destruction, it seemed, could be more eloquent than preservation. Holmes moved through the ruins with systematic attention, not just observing but measuring, calculating sightlines and escape routes with the paranoia of a man who expected trouble. He paused longest at the Arch of Titus, studying the relief panels showing the sack of Jerusalem, the triumphal procession, the construction of empire through conquest and commemoration. All propaganda, he murmured. Beautiful, skillful propaganda. The arch tells a story about Roman power and Jewish defeat, but it's a curated story, carefully crafted to support a particular narrative. The actual events were messier, more complicated, less heroic. But this, he gestured at the carved stone, this is what survives. The official version, literally set in stone, outlasting the complexity it simplified. They visited the Pantheon next, that impossible building with its oculus open to the sky, its concrete dome defying gravity through engineering that modern architects still struggled to replicate. Watson stood at the centre, watching light pour through the circular opening, and understood why this building had survived when so many others had fallen. It wasn't just construction, it was a statement, a physical argument for Rome's claim to permanence. Father Russo led them through the Campus Martius, past Renaissance palaces built from plundered ancient marble, through markets where vendors sold vegetables in streets where chariots once raced. Rome revealed itself in layers, not chronologically organised but jumbled together, Baroque churches incorporating Roman columns, medieval towers rising from ancient foundations, the modern and ancient so thoroughly mixed that separating them seemed both impossible and pointless. Lunch was taken in a small trattoria where the owner, recognising Father Russo, insisted they try his mother's recipe for cacio e pepe, a simple pasta that tasted of cheese and pepper and generations of Roman cooking. The wine was local and young, acidic and refreshing, cutting through the richness of the food. "Anyone following us?" Watson asked quietly, using his wine glass as cover for scanning the room. "Two possibilities," Holmes replied without looking up from his pasta. "A gentleman in a grey coat who was in the Forum and again outside the Pantheon, though that could be coincidence, and a woman with excellent taste in hats who's been maintaining distance but consistent presence since we left the pension this morning. Professional surveillance or paranoid pattern recognition, I'll know better this afternoon." After lunch they walked to the Tiber, following its brown water as it curved through the city. The river moved with patient persistence, carrying Rome's runoff toward the Mediterranean, as it had for millennia. Bridges arched across it, ancient, medieval, modern, each generation adding its crossing to the accumulated infrastructure of survival. They arrived at San Clemente in mid-afternoon, approaching not to enter, but to reconnoitre. The church sat on a quiet street in the Monte district, unremarkable from outside, a basilica facade that could have been any of Rome's hundreds of churches. But Holmes circled the entire block, noting exits, adjacent buildings, sight lines, and potential complications. 3 entrances, he concluded, main facade, side door through the cloisters, and a service entrance near the rear. Once we're inside tomorrow, I want to know how we might leave if the main entrance becomes unavailable. "You're expecting trouble," Father Russo observed. "I'm expecting the possibility of trouble, which any sensible person should when meeting in underground chambers after 3 murders. Dr. Marcelli specified this location for good reasons, but those reasons cut both ways. The multiple levels provide security and options, but they also provide isolation. If our opponents chose to confront us there, we'd be far from help and surrounded by stone." Watson felt a chill despite the afternoon warmth. "Perhaps we should meet elsewhere, somewhere public." "No," Holmes said firmly. "Marcelli chose this location because the evidence is here, presumably in those sealed chambers Father Russo mentioned. We can't ask him to extract documents that may be bulky or fragile, to risk transporting them through Rome when the killers are actively hunting such materials. We go where the evidence is, and we accept the tactical disadvantage that creates." They returned to the pension as evening approached, taking a deliberately circuitous route that confirmed Holmes's suspicion. They were indeed being followed, though by whom and for what purpose remained unclear. The grey-coated gentleman had disappeared, but the woman in the excellent hat maintained her distant presence almost mockingly, as if she wanted them to know she was there. Dinner was provided by the nuns again, a simple stew with bread, wine, and fruit for after. They ate in the pensionner's small dining room, alone except for a German couple who spoke softly in their language about tomorrow's touring plans. Normal people doing normal things, Watson thought, while his own party plotted descent into sealed chambers seeking evidence of historical fraud guarded by murderers. Father Russo excused himself early to pray, leaving Holmes and Watson on the balcony watching Rome settle into night. The city's lights spread below them like earthbound stars, and from multiple directions came the evening calls of street vendors, conversations drifting from open windows, music from a distant cafe where someone played guitar with more enthusiasm than skill. "You're worried," Watson said, not quite a question. "I'm calculating," Holmes corrected, but his tone admitted the truth beneath the denial. 3 scholars dead, Watson. 3 brilliant minds extinguished, and we're about to place ourselves in the exact circumstances that might have killed them. Isolated location, valuable knowledge, motivated opponents. The variables are unfavourable. We could still decline, telegraph Marcelli, arrange. Something safer? And risk him being the fourth corpse before we find an alternative? No. Tomorrow we descend into Rome's foundations. We confront whatever evidence Grimsby died protecting, and we survive by being cleverer than our opponents expect. Holmes turned from the city lights, his face showing resolve mixed with something else. Excitement, perhaps, or the peculiar satisfaction of a man approaching a challenge worthy of his abilities. Besides, Watson, when have we ever chosen safety over truth? Never, Watson admitted, which is why my life expectancy is significantly shorter than my medical training would suggest it should be. Holmes laughed, a sound that rang genuine and warm in the Roman night. Then tomorrow we either emerge with answers that might rewrite history, or we don't emerge at all. Either outcome seems preferable to going home having learned nothing. Watson couldn't quite agree with that logic, but he recognised its inevitability. They'd come too far, invested too much, lost too many scholars to turn back now. Tomorrow's descent was fixed as surely as tomorrow's sunrise. All that remained was to see what waited in the darkness beneath Rome's foundations, truth, danger, or that combination of both that had characterised this entire pursuit. The city continued its nighttime symphony, indifferent to their plans and fears. Somewhere in those streets, Dr. Vincenzo Marcelli prepared to reveal secrets that powerful people had killed to suppress. Somewhere, those same powerful people plotted to ensure those secrets remained buried. And in the middle, 3 travellers from England sat watching lights and wondering whether tomorrow would bring revelation, or merely continuation of a pattern that had already claimed too many lives. Rome had survived emperors and barbarians, popes and revolutions. It would survive whatever tomorrow brought. The question was whether Holmes, Watson and Father Russo would survive with it. The balcony offered no answers, only more city lights and distant music and the eternal patience of stone that had witnessed every human drama and forgotten most of them. Watson rose finally, seeking sleep before tomorrow's challenges. Behind him, Holmes remained at the rail, a silhouette against Rome's glow, thinking thoughts Watson couldn't guess and wouldn't interrupt. Tomorrow the descent. Tomorrow the truth, whatever form it took. Tomorrow, the ancient city would open its depths and reveal what it had been hiding for 2,000 years. Or it would keep its secrets, as it had for so long, and 3 more foreigners would join the countless others who'd come seeking Rome's mysteries and found only their own limitations. The city, eternal and indifferent, would endure either way. The day of reckoning arrived with deceptive normalcy. Roman suns spilling through shutters, pigeons cooing their territorial disputes, the fountain in the courtyard maintaining its liquid conversation with stone. Watson woke with that peculiar clarity that sometimes precedes significant events, as if his body understood that today required full alertness, despite his mind's desire to linger in sleep's safety. Holmes was already awake, naturally, sitting at the small desk reviewing notes he'd compiled over their journey. Papers covered the surface, Grimsby's correspondence, sketches of the tattoos, Father Russo's diagram of San Clemente's levels, photographs from Beaumont's cache. The accumulated evidence of their pursuit, organised with Holmes' characteristic precision into a pattern that presumably made sense to him. Sleep well? Holmes asked without looking up. Well enough for a man preparing to descend into crypts while possibly being hunted by murderers. You? Slept hardly at all, but thought productively. I've been considering the psychology of our opponents. They've killed 3 times, or engineered circumstances resulting in 3 deaths, which suggests both significant resources and profound motivation. Yet they've left a trail. The deaths are connected. The pattern is visible to anyone looking carefully. Which means either they're confident they won't be caught, or they don't care if their actions are eventually understood. Or they're operating under time pressure, Watson suggested, joining Holmes at the desk. Perhaps they need to eliminate everyone who knows Grimsby's secrets before those secrets become public. Precisely. Which means Dr. Marcelli is in immediate danger, and by extension so are we. Holmes finally looked up, his grey eyes sharp with focus. Today we must be simultaneously cautious and bold. Cautious in approach, bold in execution. The moment we descend into San Clemente, we're committed. There's no calling for police assistance from underground chambers, no convenient rescue if things turn hostile. Father Russo joined them for breakfast, which the nuns served with their usual silent efficiency. The Jesuit looked as if he'd spent the night in prayer rather than sleep, his face showing the particular weariness of a man who'd wrestled with God and wasn't certain who'd won. "I've been considering what we might find today," he said quietly, spreading jam on bread with distracted precision. Aldous believed the documents beneath San Clemente would prove Augustus commissioned a systematic revision of Roman history. But what if the truth is worse? What if the evidence shows not just revision but wholesale invention? What if Rome's entire founding narrative, the 7 kings, the Republic, even the dates and sequences we teach, is pure fiction constructed to legitimize imperial rule? Would that truly be worse? Watson asked. Isn't a known fiction preferable to a believed lie? For individuals seeking truth, perhaps, but for civilizations built on those lies, Western culture has organized itself around Roman precedents for 2,000 years. Our laws, our governments, our very concept of republic and empire, all modelled on Rome. If Rome itself is shown to be a carefully constructed myth, what does that say about everything we've built upon it? Holmes set down his coffee cup with a sound that seemed too loud in the quiet dining room. It says that human civilization is more resilient than the mythologies that spawn it. Rome's achievements were real regardless of how Romans chose to narrate their origins. The roads still carried trade, the aqueducts still delivered water, the legal code still organized society. The story might be fiction, but the effects were factual. A comforting thought, Father Russo said, though his tone suggested he found it less than completely comforting. They spent the day in careful preparation disguised as tourist activity. Holmes insisted they visit the Capitoline museums, ostensibly to view ancient sculptures, but actually to study Roman historical presentation. The museums occupied palaces designed by Michelangelo, their halls filled with marble emperors and bronze warriors, each artifact accompanied by plaques explaining its significance in tones of reverent certainty. "Look at how history is presented here," Holmes murmured as they passed busts of the Julio-Claudian emperors, each labelled with dates, achievements, relationships, all stated as established fact. But how much of this is documented truth versus accumulated tradition versus outright propaganda? We've accepted these narratives for so long they've achieved the weight of truth through mere repetition. Watson found himself studying a statue of Augustus with new skepticism. The first emperor stood in a heroic pose, one arm raised in gesture of command, his face showing noble determination. But was this how Augustus actually looked, or how he wanted to be remembered? Was there even a difference once enough time had passed? They lunched at a cafe near the museum, choosing a table with clear views of the surrounding streets. The woman in the excellent hat, their persistent shadow from yesterday, appeared briefly at a newsstand across the piazza before disappearing into the midday crowd. Holmes noted her presence with a slight nod but made no comment. "She's maintaining surveillance but not approaching," he observed to Watson, once Father Russo had excused himself to the facilities, which suggests she's either working alone and cautious, or she's part of a larger operation and merely one watcher among many. Should we confront her and reveal that we've noticed? No, better to let her believe she's successfully covert. Complacent watchers make mistakes. Alert ones become dangerous. The afternoon crawled toward evening with the particular slowness time adopts when one is waiting for something significant. They returned to the pension, ostensibly to rest before the evening appointment, but actually to review their plan once more. Holmes laid out the approach with military precision. Arrive separately. Father Russo entering first through his ecclesiastical privilege, Watson and Holmes following at intervals to make surveillance more difficult. Once inside, proceed immediately to the lower levels where Marcelli would be waiting. And if it's a trap, Watson asked the question they'd all been avoiding. Then we spring it knowingly rather than blindly, Holmes replied, which provides at least some advantage. But I don't believe it's a trap, Watson. Marcelli has as much to fear from our opponents as we do. More, actually, since he's been living in Rome while they operate. If he'd been compromised, he'd simply have disappeared like the others. The fact that he's arranged this meeting suggests he still believes secrecy is maintained. Or that he's desperate enough to risk exposure for help, Father Russo added, returning to the room. 3 of his colleagues are dead. He knows he's likely next. Better to reveal the evidence now, even at personal risk, than to die with it still hidden. As evening approached, Watson felt the familiar pre-action tension settling into his chest. The heightened awareness, the slight quickening of pulse, the mental cataloguing of potential threats and responses. His military training, dormant in Baker Street's domestic calm, reasserted itself in these moments. He was a soldier again, preparing for engagement with unknown enemies on unfamiliar ground. They departed the pensione as dusk gathered, the Roman sky deepening from blue to purple while street lamps flickered to life throughout the district. Father Russo left first, his black cassock making him just another priest in a city full of clergy, moving with the unhurried purpose of a man on ecclesiastical business. Watson and Holmes waited 10 minutes before following, taking separate routes through streets that grew quieter as working Rome headed home for dinner. San Clemente in the evening had a different character than it had shown during their afternoon reconnaissance. The street held only scattered pedestrians, and the church itself seemed to draw darkness around it like a cloak, its facade barely illuminated by the nearest street lamp. Watson approached from the east, noting that Holmes had already entered through the main portal, his tall figure visible briefly before the door closed behind him. The church interior was dim, lit by scattered candles and the fading daylight through high windows. The space felt larger at night, the vaulted ceiling disappearing into shadows, the side chapels becoming pockets of concentrated darkness. A few tourists lingered, elderly American couple consulting a guidebook, a young Italian woman lighting candles, a German scholar photographing architectural details. But they were departing as Watson entered, the church's closing time sending them reluctantly toward the exits. Father Russo appeared from a side chapel, gesturing subtly toward a door marked Privato. Watson crossed to him, noting Holmes already waiting in the shadows near the entrance. The priest produced a key, unlocked the door and ushered them through into a stone corridor lit by bare electric bulbs that seemed offensively modern against the ancient walls. "The excavations are this way," Father Russo said quietly, leading them down a flight of worn stone steps. "The 4th century basilica first, then down again to the 1st century level. Vincenzo should be waiting in the Mithric temple. It's the most secure location, only one entrance and good acoustics if anyone approaches." They descended through stone that grew progressively older, the walls changing from medieval brick to Roman concrete, the air becoming cooler and carrying that particular scent of underground. Damp earth, old stone, accumulated time made tangible. The electric lighting gave way to oil lamps set in ancient niches, casting flickering shadows that made the walls seem to breathe. The 4th century basilica spread before them like a ghost of former grandeur, columns still standing, fragments of frescoes showing saints and martyrs, the outline of an altar where Mass had been celebrated when Rome was Christianity's new capital. But everything was dim, preserved but lifeless, a church buried by the church above it, serving as foundation rather than sanctuary. "Down again," Father Russo said, indicating another stairway, this one narrower and darker. "The 1st century. Vincenzo?" No answer came from the darkness below. Watson felt his military instincts sharpen into alarm. Silence where there should be greeting meant danger or absence, neither comfortable options. Holmes had already drawn ahead, moving down the stairs with the careful quietness of a man expecting trouble. The 1st century level was darker still, the oil lamps fewer and the spaces between them longer. They were beneath street level now, beneath the water table even, the air distinctly damp and the walls showing moisture stains where groundwater seeped through ancient mortar. This was Rome as it had existed 2,000 years ago, before the medieval city had buried it, before Christian basilicas had replaced pagan temples, when the empire was young and Augustus was consolidating power through conquest, and, if Grimsby was right, through systematic historical revision. The Mithric temple occupied a chamber to their left, a long narrow room with a vaulted ceiling and stone benches along the walls where initiates had once gathered to worship the soldier's god brought from Persia. At the far end, a relief showed Mithras slaying the cosmic bull, his cape flying dramatically, stars scattered around the scene in symbolic profusion. The carving was remarkably preserved, protected by burial from weather and vandalism, showing the god's face with expression of concentration rather than triumph, as if killing the bull was duty rather than glory. And beneath the relief, slumped against the altar, was Dr. Vincenzo Marcelli. Watson reached him first, the doctor's training overriding caution, checking for pulse even as his mind registered what his eyes had already understood. Dead, perhaps an hour, the body still warm but the eyes already showing the clouded fixity of life departed. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle, just a middle-aged man who appeared to have sat down and stopped living. "Heart failure," Watson said quietly, his fingers still on the cooling throat where no pulse beat. "Just like the others." "Not heart failure," said a voice from the darkness near the temple entrance. "At least, not natural heart failure. A drug administered carefully can mimic cardiac arrest beautifully, particularly in subjects already under stress. Poor Dr. Marcelli was very stressed when I visited him this afternoon." 3 figures emerged from the shadows, the woman in the excellent hat, accompanied by 2 men whose bearing suggested military training despite civilian clothes. The woman's face showed cultured elegance and complete absence of warmth, her eyes moving efficiently between the 3 intruders, calculating threats and responses with professional precision. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes," she said, and her accent was educated Italian with traces of something else, German perhaps, or Austrian. "Dr. Watson, Father Rousseau. You've led us on an interesting chase across Europe. I'd hoped you might prove more troublesome, but in the end, you've simply delivered yourselves to precisely where we needed you, alone, underground, conveniently isolated from assistance." Holmes had frozen at Marcelli's body, his hand resting on the dead man's shoulder, his face showing an emotion Watson rarely saw, genuine remorse. "You killed them all. Grimsby, Beaumont, Weber, Marcelli. 4 brilliant scholars murdered for knowing history that contradicted your preferred narrative. Not my narrative, Mr. Holmes. I'm merely an instrument of interested parties who recognize that certain truths are incompatible with necessary social stability. Professor Grimsby's evidence, his proof that Rome's founding mythology was Augustan propaganda, represents a threat not just to historical understanding, but to the entire structure of Western civilization's self-conception. The Catholic Church, European monarchies, modern republics, all have built their legitimacy on Roman precedent. Remove the foundation, and the building becomes unstable. "So you murder anyone who might reveal that the foundation is sand?" Father Rousseau's voice carried genuine anger beneath its usual calm. "We preserve necessary order, Father. Surely you understand. You're a Jesuit. Your order has spent centuries managing dangerous knowledge, deciding what the faithful should know and what they should be protected from. We're simply continuing that tradition in secular form. By killing scholars who sought truth, by preventing chaos that would result from truth carelessly revealed. The knowledge Grimsby gathered will eventually emerge. I'm not naive enough to believe we can suppress it forever. But we can control the timing, the context, the interpretation. 50 years from now, 100 years, when society is ready for such revelations, the information can be released in scholarly forums where it will be debated and absorbed gradually rather than exploding as scandal. But not now, not yet." Holmes had been listening with the stillness of a coiled spring, his mind clearly racing through options, calculations, possibilities. "And us? You've brought us here to add 3 more bodies to your count. That seems rather excessive even for preserving social stability." The woman smiled, and it was the coldest expression Watson had ever seen. "You've given us several options, actually. You could die here, a regrettable accident during unauthorized exploration of unstable ruins, or you could accept employment. My superiors are always interested in talented individuals. Mr. Holmes, your abilities would be valuable in managing other threats to social order. Dr. Watson, your military experience and medical knowledge have applications. Even Father Rousseau, a progressive Jesuit willing to work within institutions rather than against them, quite useful." "You're offering us a choice between death and collaboration," Watson said, his hand moving subtly toward the revolver he'd brought despite Holmes's suggestion that it might be unnecessary. "I'm offering you survival in exchange for recognizing reality. The world requires management, Doctor. It requires people willing to make hard choices to prevent harder consequences. Join us, and you'll have resources, influence, the satisfaction of serving stability rather than chaos. Refuse, and you'll join Dr. Marcelli in becoming unfortunate casualties of your own curiosity." The 2 men with her had shifted positions, blocking the temple entrance, their hands inside their coats where weapons presumably waited. Watson calculated angles. He might draw and fire before they reacted, might drop one, possibly both if lucky. But that still left the woman, who almost certainly was armed herself, and even if they won the immediate confrontation, they'd be trapped underground with bodies and no clear way to explain their presence to Italian authorities who might be part of the same network that employed their attackers. Holmes's voice, when he spoke, carried a tone Watson had learned to recognise. Not fear, not defiance, but the peculiar calm of a man who'd seen the chessboard 3 moves ahead of everyone else. Your offer is intriguing, but I'm curious about one thing. You've prevented Grimsby's evidence from being published, killed everyone who might have copied or shared it. But you haven't asked us what we found in Professor Beaumont's luggage, or whether we've made copies, or who else we might have shared information with, which suggests either remarkable confidence that you've contained everything, or remarkable carelessness about loose ends. The woman's expression flickered, just slightly, but enough to show that Holmes had touched on something she hadn't fully considered. Professor Beaumont's materials have been recovered. We found the left luggage key and her effects. The key we found, Holmes corrected gently, which means you found a different key, probably planted by Beaumont as misdirection. The materials we recovered from Gare du Nord, photographs, documents, Grimsby's analysis, are currently with a solicitor in London under instructions to publish if we fail to return within a fortnight. So you see, killing us becomes rather counterproductive. The information you're trying to suppress would simply become public, attributed to 3 dead investigators, which would generate far more attention than quiet scholarly revelation. Watson watched the woman process this, saw her recalculate, saw the 2 men tense as they waited for orders. The moment balanced on edge. Kill them and risk exposure. Let them live and accept that control had slipped. Father Rousseau spoke into the tension, his voice carrying calm authority. Moreover, you've failed to consider that the Church itself might prefer honest revelation to continued suppression. Not all of us believe hiding truth serves faith. Some of us believe truth is faith's foundation, uncomfortable though it may be. I've already written to my superiors in Rome outlining what we've learned. Their response will determine how the Vatican approaches this information, suppression or scholarly integration. Either way, your unilateral authority to manage this situation has ended. The woman stared at him with an expression moving from calculation to something like respect. You've outmaneuvered us. Multiple copies, multiple parties informed, multiple routes to publication. Classic information security through distribution. I underestimated you all, which was my error. She was silent for a moment, then gestured to her companions. We're leaving, but understand, this isn't over. We've been managing dangerous knowledge for longer than you've been alive, and we'll continue managing it. If you publish, we'll challenge the authenticity. If you present evidence, we'll present counter-evidence. If you create scandal, we'll create doubt. Truth is less powerful than you imagine, gentlemen. People believe what they want to believe, what serves their needs. Even definitive proof of Roman historical revision won't shake faith or destabilize civilization. It will simply become another controversy, debated endlessly, eventually forgotten. Perhaps, Holmes said, but that's preferable to murder in service of comfortable lies. The 3 figures retreated toward the stairs, dissolving into darkness the way they'd emerged from it. Watson kept his hand on his revolver until their footsteps faded, until even the echo of their departure had settled into the temple's ancient silence. Only then did he allow himself to breathe properly, to feel the tension drain from muscles that had been preparing for violence. Holmes knelt again beside Marcelli's body, his hand gentle on the dead man's shoulder. 4 casualties in our war between truth and power. 4 brilliant minds extinguished because they learned history that contradicted official narratives. His voice carried rare sorrow. We've won the immediate confrontation, Watson, but at what cost? Father Rousseau had moved to the relief of Mithras slaying the bull, his hand tracing the ancient carving. Vincenzo once told me this scene represented sacrifice, the bull's death bringing life to the world. He wondered if truth sometimes required similar sacrifice. People die so that knowledge might live. I told him that was too pessimistic, that the truth could be revealed without bloodshed. The priest's voice broke slightly. I was wrong. Watson looked around the Mithric temple, this space where Roman soldiers had gathered 2,000 years ago to worship an imported god, where they'd shared mysteries and bound themselves in brotherhood. The room had witnessed countless rituals, heard countless prayers, and now it held one more death, one more sacrifice on the altar of contested truths. We should inform the authorities, he said finally, the practical necessities of death reasserting themselves. Marcelli's family should know. The body shouldn't be left here. The Vatican will handle it quietly, Father Rousseau said. A scholar died during research in the excavations. Tragic accident. It will barely make local news, and what news it makes will be carefully managed. Vincenzo knew the risks. He chose to meet us anyway, chose to die attempting revelation rather than live in suppression. They stood in silence, 3 foreigners beneath Rome's ancient streets, surrounded by layers of history, literal and metaphorical. Above them, the modern city continued its evening, restaurants filling, theatres opening, lovers walking hand in hand through piazzas where fountains sang their liquid songs. Normal life proceeded while beneath it, in darkness and damp, the consequences of seeking truth manifested in cooling flesh and extinguished brilliance. Holmes rose finally, his face showing resolve beneath sorrow. We return to London. We organise what we know, present it properly, let scholarly debate determine what's accepted and what's rejected. That's how Grimsby would have wanted it. Not as scandal, but as evidence. Not as a weapon, but as a contribution to understanding. He looked at Father Russo. Can you arrange publication through legitimate academic channels? Something that presents findings without sensationalism, that invites evaluation rather than demanding acceptance? I can try, the priest said. Though it may take years. Academic publishing moves slowly, and these claims will face extraordinary scrutiny. But yes, it can be done. It should be done. Aldous and the others deserve that much, to have their work evaluated honestly rather than suppressed completely. They ascended through Rome's layers, 1st century to 4th century to 12th century to modern street level, moving from ancient darkness toward contemporary light, from death toward life, from mystery toward whatever counted as resolution in a case where truth had proven so expensive. Outside, night had claimed the city fully, but Rome's lights transformed darkness into something less than day but more than night, a liminal state where shadows held substance and stone held memory. They walked back to the pension in silence, each processing what they'd witnessed, what they'd learned, what they'd failed to prevent. The chase was over. The evidence was gathered. The truth, such as it was, would emerge slowly through proper channels. 4 scholars had died for it, and countless others had killed to suppress it, and in the end, both sides might discover that truth mattered less than they'd imagined, that civilization was more resilient than its founding myths, that faith could survive historical complexity, that power based on lies was weak regardless of how carefully those lies were maintained. Or perhaps they'd discover the opposite, that myths mattered profoundly, that societies built on comfortable fictions couldn't endure uncomfortable facts, that the choice between truth and stability was genuine rather than false. Rome, eternal city, had witnessed this debate countless times across its long existence. It offered no answers, only more layers, more history, more complexity beneath every apparent certainty. The stones remained silent, and the darkness beneath the streets kept its counsel, and the 3 foreigners who descended into those depths emerged changed but not enlightened, informed but not satisfied. Tomorrow London. Tomorrow the slow work of scholarship and revelation. Tomorrow the attempt to honour the dead by ensuring their discoveries reached people capable of evaluating them honestly. But tonight, simply grief for 4 brilliant minds extinguished, and the ancient question that had no comfortable answer. Was truth worth the cost of its revelation, or was ignorance sometimes the kinder choice? Rome, which had built empires on manufactured histories and survived their collapse, offered no judgment either way. The journey home began with rain. Roman rain that fell with Mediterranean intensity, turning cobblestones into mirrors and filling the Tiber until it ran brown and urged toward the sea. Watson stood at the pension window watching water reshape the courtyard, the fountain's patient trickle overwhelmed by weather's temporary violence. Behind him, Holmes packed with methodical efficiency, folding clothes and arranging papers into their travelling cases, as if order imposed on luggage might impose order on the chaos they were leaving behind. Father Russo had departed at dawn to make arrangements for Marcelli's body, and to begin the delicate work of informing Vatican authorities about what they'd discovered. His last words to Holmes had been practical but weighted. Truth has momentum now. Whatever we choose, whatever they attempt, the information will eventually surface. The only question is whether it emerges as a scholarship or scandal. The train north carried them through Italy, transformed by rain. Fields gleaming, rivers swollen, the landscape rendered in watercolours that ran and blurred at their edges. Watson watched the countryside slide past, thinking about layers. Rome had taught him that history existed in strata, each age building atop what came before, burying it but not erasing it. The truth about Augustus and manufactured history was like that, buried but not gone, waiting for excavation, for someone willing to dig deep enough. Holmes sat opposite, reading a Roman newspaper with the focused attention he gave to sources that might reveal more than they intended. After several minutes, he folded it carefully and set it aside. Marcelli's death has been reported. Prominent archaeologist suffers fatal heart attack during research in historic church excavations. No mention of foul play, naturally, no mention of us. The Vatican's machinery of discretion operates efficiently. Will there be an investigation? By Italian authorities? Unlikely. The Vatican has considerable influence, and a scholar dying of apparent natural causes during authorized research generates minimal official curiosity by parties interested in what Marcelli knew. That investigation is undoubtedly ongoing, though they'll find we've already secured what evidence existed and distributed it beyond their reach. Do you believe what you told that woman about leaving materials with a solicitor? Holmes smiled faintly. I believe in the power of plausible bluff, Watson. We did indeed photograph Beaumont's documents and send copies to my brother Mycroft, who occupies a position in the British government that makes him simultaneously accessible and untouchable. Whether Mycroft will publish those documents or quietly archive them is another question entirely. But our opponents don't know that, and their uncertainty provides protection. They crossed back into Switzerland as afternoon deepened, the Alps emerging from the clouds with that particular drama of mountains reserved for moments of revelation. The train climbed through familiar valleys, past villages they'd seen days earlier when the world had contained fewer bodies and more hope. Watson found himself thinking of the mountain stillness, that interlude when Holmes had philosophized about power and narrative, about societies building themselves on comfortable fictions. It seemed prophetic now, that pause before descent, that moment of contemplation before confronting what waited in Rome's depths. Do you regret it? Watson asked suddenly. Taking the case. 4 people are dead, and we've accomplished what exactly? I gathered evidence that may never be published, challenged a conspiracy we can't prove exists, survived by luck as much as skill. Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on mountains that rose with indifferent permanence. I regret that truth proved so expensive. I regret that brilliant minds were extinguished by those who feared knowledge more than they valued life. But do I regret pursuing truth despite those costs? No, Watson. The alternative, accepting that scholars can be murdered with impunity for their research, that alternative is worse than any consequence of investigation. Even if the truth we discovered changes nothing, that woman was right about one thing. People believe what serves their needs. Proof of Roman historical fabrication won't shake Western civilization's foundations. It will be debated, disputed, eventually filed away as interesting, but not urgent. Perhaps. But we've done what Grimsby and the others couldn't. We've survived. And in surviving, we've ensured their evidence exists outside the control of those who'd suppress it entirely. That's not nothing, Watson. That's the continuation of scholarship despite opposition. That's the truth, refusing to die with the scholars who discovered it. They reached Paris at evening, the city's lights blurred by persistent drizzle that seemed less violent than Rome's downpour but more resigned, as if Parisian rain had accepted that weather was its permanent condition. They had 4 hours before the boat train to Calais, so they took a cab through familiar streets to the Latin Quarter, to the building where Catherine Beaumont had lived and died. The concierge remembered them, her suspicion giving way to cautious welcome. You found what you were looking for? We found what Professor Beaumont died protecting, Holmes replied. Her work will be published, attributed properly, her contribution to scholarship acknowledged. It's a small comfort for her death, but it's what we can offer. The woman's face softened slightly. She would have liked that. She spoke often of legacy, of work outlasting the worker. Perhaps she knew her time was limited. Perhaps we all know, if we listen to our body's warnings. She paused, then added, There's a package. It arrived 2 days ago, addressed to colleagues of Professor Beaumont should they call. I was instructed to give it to English visitors asking after her. She produced a small parcel wrapped in brown paper and tied with string, Beaumont's handwriting on the outside confirming its authenticity. Holmes opened it carefully to reveal a notebook. The professor's personal journal, its pages filled with observations about Grimsby's research, her own interpretations, thoughts on methodology and implications. On the final page, dated 3 days before her death, she'd written, "If you're reading this, I'm dead, and you're the colleagues Aldous hoped would finish what we started. The evidence we gathered proves beyond reasonable doubt that Augustus commissioned systematic revision of early Roman history, that Rome's founding mythology was constructed to legitimize imperial rule. This matters not because it changes the facts of Roman achievement, but because it reveals how power manufactures legitimacy through narrative control. Every society does this. Rome simply did it with exceptional skill. Reveal this truth carefully, present it as scholarship, not scandal, and remember that the goal is understanding, not destruction. We build on foundations that are both factual and fictional, and distinguishing between them makes us wiser rather than weaker." CB. Watson felt something catch in his throat. This message from a dead woman. Her final contribution to work that had cost her life. Beaumont had known she was in danger, had prepared this testament knowing she might not survive to deliver it herself. Yet she'd written with hope, rather than fear, with faith that knowledge would continue beyond her death. "We'll honour this," Holmes said quietly, closing the journal with reverence. "We'll present the evidence exactly as she suggested. Scholarship, not scandal. Understanding, not destruction. It's what they all would have wanted." The Channel crossing was rough, October storms making the water restless, and the ferry's motion pronounced. Watson spent it on deck despite the cold, watching England approach through spray and wind, feeling the journey complete itself with each nautical mile. They'd left London chasing a mystery about a tattooed map and a dead scholar. They returned with evidence of historical fabrication, 4 bodies behind them, and questions about truth's value that had no comfortable answers. Baker Street welcomed them with familiar warmth, Mrs. Hudson's relief at their safe return, the fire already laid and waiting for lighting, the rooms unchanged despite the traveller's transformation. Holmes immediately began organising materials, spreading documents across every surface, beginning the meticulous work of preparing evidence for scholarly presentation. Watson excused himself to his own room, suddenly exhausted by travel and by the accumulated weight of everything they'd witnessed. He slept deeply, despite afternoon light, waking only when evening had fully claimed London and the sounds of Baker Street, cabs rattling past, vendors calling their wares, the comfortable bustle of urban life, announced that normal existence continued regardless of foreign adventures and uncomfortable revelations. He found Holmes at his desk, writing with the focused intensity that meant his mind had found its purpose. Without looking up, Holmes said, "Mycroft called while you slept. He's reviewed the materials we sent, consulted with his colleagues in government, and reached a conclusion that's simultaneously disappointing and predictable. The evidence will be archived, made available to qualified scholars through proper channels, but not actively publicised. The reasoning is sound, if frustrating. Dramatic revelation would generate more heat than light, would provide ammunition for every conspiracy theorist and political radical, and would undermine confidence in historical scholarship. Generally, better to let it emerge gradually through academic discourse." So Grimsby's evidence disappears into archives, just like the original Roman documents disappeared into Vatican chambers. We've accomplished nothing. We've accomplished survival, Watson, which is not nothing, and we've ensured the evidence exists in multiple locations, accessible to scholars willing to look for it. That's more than Grimsby achieved, more than Beaumont or Weber or Marcelli managed. Their deaths have meaning because their work survives them. Watson moved to the window, looking out at Baker Street's evening pageant. Normal people doing normal things, returning from work, visiting shops, meeting friends for dinner. None of them knew or cared that Roman history might be fabricated, that founding mythologies might be propaganda, that truth and comfortable fiction competed constantly for supremacy in civilization's foundations. "Perhaps that woman was right," he said quietly. "Perhaps people believe what serves their needs regardless of evidence. Perhaps truth matters less than we want it to. Or perhaps truth matters precisely because it resists easy acceptance," Holmes replied, joining him at the window. "Roman evidence will circulate among scholars. Some will embrace it, some will challenge it. Most will continue teaching traditional narratives because that's easier than revision. But the seed is planted, Watson. Knowledge, once released, has its own momentum. 100 years from now, 200 years, historians will look back at this moment as when Roman historiography began its long transformation from accepted wisdom to acknowledged mythology. We won't live to see that transformation complete, but we've contributed to its beginning. By surviving, and by ensuring that 4 brilliant scholars' final work reached audiences capable of evaluating it honestly. That's legacy, Watson. That's how truth advances, incrementally, gradually, through accumulated scholarship rather than dramatic revelation. It's less satisfying than exposing conspiracies and changing civilization overnight, but it's how actual change occurs. Mrs. Hudson appeared with tea and news that Inspector Lestrade had called earlier, wanting details of their continental journey. Holmes promised to visit Scotland Yard the next day with whatever information could be shared, without compromising ongoing Vatican investigations or endangering Father Rousseau's position. They took their tea in companionable silence, watching London settle into night. The city's lights came on gradually, gas lamps flickering to life along Baker Street, windows glowing with domestic warmth, the whole urban landscape transforming from daylight's harsh clarity to evening's gentle ambiguity. In this light, everything seemed both more real and less certain, as if night acknowledged that truth itself existed in degrees, in layers, in complexity that resisted simple categorization. Watson thought about Rome, the visible city and the buried cities beneath it, each layer authentic, yet each presenting only partial truth. Perhaps that was civilization's actual condition. Layers of accumulated narrative, some factual and some fictional, all supporting what came after, all contributing to what humans called history, but which was really just collective memory, necessarily selective, inevitably biased. "Will you write this up?" Holmes asked. "Add it to your chronicles of our adventures?" "I don't know. It doesn't have a satisfying conclusion. No villain arrested, no clear victory, just survival and partial revelation, and questions without comfortable answers." "Then it's perfect," Holmes said with unexpected warmth. "Most of life lacks satisfying conclusions, Watson. Most mysteries resolve into ambiguity rather than clarity. Write it honestly. 4 scholars died pursuing historical truth. We investigated, we survived, we ensured their work continued. Let readers draw their own conclusions about whether truth was worth the cost." Watson considered this, turning it over in his mind like a puzzle whose solution kept shifting. Perhaps that was the point. Not to provide answers, but to pose questions. Not to resolve uncertainty, but to acknowledge it honestly. People had died. Evidence had been gathered. Truth had proven expensive. What anyone did with those facts remained open, unfinished, dependent on choices not yet made. Outside, London continued its ancient dance. Part Roman settlement, part Saxon town, part medieval city, part Victorian metropolis. Each layer authentic, each containing both truth and mythology. All of it contributing to what Londoners called their history, but which was really just agreed upon narrative, useful fiction mixed with documented fact in proportions that nobody could definitively determine. Holmes returned to his desk, his pen moving across paper with assured strokes. Watson remained at the window, watching and thinking. Tomorrow would bring ordinary cases, stolen jewellery, missing persons, domestic disputes requiring detection. The world would continue its customary business, neither transformed by their discoveries nor diminished by their survival. But somewhere in Vatican archives, in British government files, in scholarly publications slowly making their way toward eventual release, evidence existed that Rome's founding was mythology rather than history, and someday, perhaps centuries hence, that evidence would fully emerge into public consciousness, would reshape how Western civilization understood its own origins, would demonstrate that even empires built themselves on stories as much as stones. Or perhaps not. Perhaps comfortable myths would prove more resilient than uncomfortable truths. Perhaps people would choose familiar narratives over accurate history. Perhaps truth mattered less than humans wanted to believe. Either way, the work was done. The evidence is preserved. The dead are honoured through continuation of their scholarship. 4 lives had purchased this knowledge, and whether that purchase proved worthwhile remained to be seen. Watson picked up his pen finally, opened his journal, and began writing. Not conclusions, but questions. Not answers, but honest uncertainty. The case of the tattooed map, The murdered scholars, the manufactured history, all of it recorded faithfully, ambiguity and all. Outside, fog began gathering in Baker Street, London's customary blanket settling over the city for night. The familiar sounds grew muffled. Hoofbeats softened, voices distant, the whole urban symphony playing at reduced volume. In this fog, in this darkness, truth and fiction became difficult to distinguish, which seemed appropriate for a case about how stories shaped civilization. Holmes glanced up from his writing. Sleep well, Watson. Tomorrow brings fresh mysteries, and this one, for better or worse, is complete. Watson wasn't certain he agreed that it was complete, but he was certain he was exhausted. He retired to his room, leaving Holmes to his documentation, Baker Street to its fog, and London to its accumulated layers of history both real and imagined. The comfortable myth continued. Truth resided in archives, available but not insistent, present but not demanding. And somewhere between those two poles, mythology and evidence, story and fact, civilization maintained its ancient dance, building on foundations that were neither entirely solid nor entirely fictional, but something more complex than simple categories could capture. Rome, eternal city, kept its secrets and shared them simultaneously. The game was over. The game continued. Truth advanced incrementally. Comfortable lies persisted comfortably. And in Baker Street, as fog thickened and night deepened, two travellers home from foreign wars settled back into domestic rhythms, carrying knowledge that might or might not matter, that might or might not change anything, that might or might not justify the cost of its acquisition. The only certainty was uncertainty. The only conclusion was continuation. The only answer was more questions. Watson reflected as sleep finally claimed him. Probably the most honest ending possible for a case about truth, power, and the stories humans told themselves to make sense of chaos they could never fully control. The night settled. London slept. And the comfortable myths that sustained civilization persisted, challenged but not destroyed, questioned but not abandoned, existing in that ambiguous space between lies and truth where most of human culture actually resided. Tomorrow would bring clarity, perhaps, or merely more fog. Either way, the scholar's work survived them, and that, in the end, was all that could be reasonably expected. That's our story tonight. Perhaps you're resting beneath the calm night of Athens, the warm ocean breeze of Darwin, the peaceful evening glow of Quebec City, or the soft starlit silence of Sapporo. If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in quiet comfort. Let the stillness settle in your heart. Let your thoughts drift lightly. Let your dreams unfold like soft waves in the dark. Sleep peacefully now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.